laid bare. Go on.
Leave it all to me.
You know, to forgive me for the lack of commentary. I said the video was gonna have commentary. I didn't speak for 7 minutes. You know, I just don't really have too much to say right now.
Thank you for Add asked.
Just check something. Okay. Actually, as a matter of fact, excuse me for just a moment, actually.
Is a silent song.
Okay. Now, the reason why I'm starting this film relatively earlier rather than later is because, well, for one, I need to get this commission done. I know it's well, not commissioned. I need to get the story done. I do it late at night. It'll be a two-parter. Two. Because later I'm gonna want to play Breakers, and after the most recent trailer, I think I have some things I want to discuss. I had to watch it a second time now. I've only watched the trailer but one time, so And it's a bit weird. Oh, no, hold on. About time. I don't know what the deal was just now. It's like, I don't know if it was the phone acting up or YouTube having a stroke, but for some reason it wouldn't let me pin the comment. Now, normally, no, I would not have Sethos and Gaming out, let alone the same team. But these are like the only two left whose friendship needs to be leveled up, so that's why they're here. Well, Lakina, she already has friendship level 10, but she is my strongest character.
I must leave no stone unturned. Time to clean up.
Oh. Give me a second, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Transfixed.
I find it kind of ironic how they're pyro shielded and yet the most damaging character was a pyro character. Now here's the thing, if you do when I take breaks or something like that, it's because my niece is still here. So if she starts fussing and stuff, I'm gonna have to attend to her and see what she needs. Which actually might be right now. I'm never doing that again. Oh, kid almost died just now. I'm not killing her over a freaking fall like that. The only time I did that on purpose was Kaya. But that was an experimental joke. Where's it? Oh, it's over there. Oh, it's inside. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not climbing up that wall right now. Normally, I do want her health to be at least around half. She's a self-healer. I'm cool with having full health. I know way back when Hu was the main pyro character that was focused on, everybody wanted their health to be really low, otherwise it would send you hate mail. But the same people that keep on dying, all of a sudden they have another complaint. Which funny enough, I'm pretty sure I actually do have a video on that in the capture gallery. It happened a while ago. I just never got around to uploading it because, well, I guess it didn't feel like it. Okay, so now I'm going to do, what was the boss over here? I forget what he's immune to. If he's immune to pyro, then I'm gonna have to back off and then switch to new lead or something.
Overruled.
Okay, never mind.
Transfixed.
And there's a reason why I'm saving up that resin right now, at least. Yeah, it does say 40 rather than having more. It's because I would make a condensed resin, but this stream I am in an hour and 18 minutes from now, which should be more than enough time, because I'm pretty sure that a Fontaine based story quest is going to be pretty lengthy. So pretty much while I'm doing that, I can wait to get Farina. Now here's the thing, people probably already know, I've said it more than once on Discord and on other videos, I'm on 50-50. It's not guaranteed that if it goes gold it's going to even be Farina, which means I have to be mentally prepared for it. However, if it's Tainari again, I'm gonna have a real big issue. Because it happened last time with Arlecchino, where it was both him and her. And I already didn't want to see him. As for Spiral Abyss, it's gonna be a little bit. I had to really come up with a team and a game plan if I'm gonna pull that one off. Because they made this one next to impossible. At least if, I mean, like, at least if you're not somebody who regularly spends money on this game. Oh, that was it. Okay.
Laid bare.
But yeah, if you did not hear, like I said, the game plan is to get what I need done here, pull for Furina, maybe get her, because I think I'm only like 50 wishes in or something like that. And then after I get those done, the next game I'm gonna lead up to is Breakers. I feel like it's the most appropriate since, okay, I should duplicate a comment, but it's most appropriate since the trailer dropped yesterday for Baby, so. Which people already know is a character. I'm gonna have her back in a second. Hear her fussing. What? Okay, I'm back. I apologize for that. Okay. Let's get this done. Because if I do get her, if I do get Furina in the stream, because here's the thing, I do want Clorinde as well, but I have to be realistic about it. There's no way that I can get Clorinde, Furina, and apparently from the leaks, Navia, within 3 versions of this game without spending money. Again, like I said, if I was somebody that regularly spent money on this game every so often, then I would already have the characters.
Hey, sharing my knowledge.
Bow your head. The tides beckon.
Okay. There's that. The other thing, people who for those who don't know, there is this new event that came out. I think probably like today. But the thing is, with these events, it's weird because they keep putting events like this, and they say you only have like less than a week to do it. So people who were out that week all of a sudden miss out on 420 Puma gems. They should have extended it to at least, I would say either 10 days or like 2 weeks. But this was like 5-6 days. And the thing is, like, some people do take breaks from this game because they feel a little bit of burnout on it, and I understand that. Okay. Right, there's that. Well, why not have a traveler in here this time? Normally we do this particular team, but I feel like we're lucky. And besides, we have a character story to do. Okay.
Huh? Do you also see Navia and Clorinde over there? They look like they might have run into some kind of trouble. Let's go check out what's going on.
I feel like I need one of these. I just forget which one. But if it's one of those, then it's a Fontaine-based weapon. So let me look through it here real quick. Hey, what's up, Saturday?
Still no dice?
Not at all. And I've asked pretty much everyone in the court of Fontaine already. Lynette's ears drooped as soon as she heard that we'd have to be out and about for days on end. And Fremine, he hid himself under his helmet as soon as he realized there'd be people around that he didn't know.
What about Chiori and Charlotte? I feel like both of them would be more than up to it.
I've asked them already, but they're both pretty busy right now. I just gave the members of the Spina a few days off, too, so I don't want to bother them either.
This is getting pretty difficult.
Navia, Clorinde, what's up?
Oh my. Well, if it isn't my dear partners. How are you all doing?
Huh. Navia?
Huh? Oh, you mean...
Yep, this is our chance.
Do you need our help with something?
Oh, precisely. My dear partners, we've got a huge problem right now that only you can solve.
Whoa, for real?
Absolutely. We've already exhausted all our other options.
Traveler, Paimon, would you join us and play Marechaussee Hunter Judgment Day?
Marechaussee what now?
It's a new game script by the Tabletop Troupe, a local roleplay adventure club.
Ever heard of the Tabletop Troupe? They put out games that allow you to participate in a story and roleplay characters with your friends. Oh, I've loved their stuff ever since I was a kid.
That sounds super interesting.
Clorinde and I are both veteran members of the club. Recently, someone came up with a new script and was looking for people to help playtest it for them. And when they asked, of course I couldn't refuse. I mean, come on! A brand new script? Nobody has ever played it before.
Generally speaking, scripts at that level of development have a lot of issues. But I think this one is pretty solid. The author obviously put a lot of work into the story, and the world building is also quite credible.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I know I was the one that handed you the script, but some of us haven't read it yet. No spoilers, please.
Anyway, the script calls for a team of 4. Ah, yes. We're missing one final player right now.
So, you're saying you'll help us out? I knew I could count on you, partner.
Paimon and the Traveler are kind of a package deal. Is that okay?
That's not a problem. I'll adjust the pace based on the actual number of players, and ensure that everyone has a good time.
Well, Traveler, what do you think? Wanna play? Paimon will follow your lead.
Well, that solves our problem. You have our thanks.
Woohoo! I'll go grab the script manager from the club right away.
The script manager? Didn't you just say that you gave Clorinde the script?
The club introduced a completely new kind of gameplay for the script. In this iteration, the Game Master's version of the script is incomplete. The script manager provides the next part of the script only after players have completed the current list of objectives. On top of that, in order to increase player immersion, the club has created some of the story's sets and scenes in real life. We'll only know where we should go once the script manager reveals the starting location.
Wow, you're right. Whoever wrote this script really did put in a lot of work.
And it's got a real healthy amount of suspense, right? I mean, even the GM doesn't know how the story will end.
I look forward to experiencing it with you all.
Why don't you go meet up with the others first? They should all be waiting at Chioria Boutique. I'll come over with the script manager as soon as I find them.
Sounds good. Remember to always watch where you're going, and don't rush.
You say that like I'm 6 years old or something.
And hello, Elfman.
Let me think. What kind of character should I
hope
play
you're having a good day
this
today.
time?
I just hope you'll pick up some useful skills this time. Oh, and stop trying to persuade every animal you come across.
If I'm gonna be 100% honest, this is not how I imagined this story would be going, with me helping somebody with, like, role-playing. Where's your server? So in this, like, I usually play in, like, guess the American server. Like, no, I can't even speak. The North American server.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
You're back! Huh? And you've got the Traveler and Paimon with you too!
What a pleasant surprise. I assume you'll be joining us for the game then?
What, is every 5-star character in this story?
Linny, Farina! Paimon didn't know you were playing too.
Next thing you know, Ron's gonna appear from the
tabletop
corner.
troupe?
I'm more of a casual member, if anything. I haven't taken part in many formal club activities. Lynette, Fremine, and I play something similar at the Hotel Bouffe Tété sometimes, but I'm usually the GM. Still, I'm sure it'll be fun being a player for the first time. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I'm not a member of the club at all. Clorinde simply woke me up first thing this morning, said there was a good script worth experiencing, and asked if I wanted in.
If you're interested, I can give you a referral. That should give you a 40% discount on membership fees.
I think I'll wait to see how this experience plays out first, especially when it comes to the quality of the script. If it's sufficiently fun, then I'll join.
Do you participate in a lot of tabletop troupe activities, Clorinde?
You could say that. She's actually one of the few senior game masters of the troupe.
Ah, right. I knew about that even when she was still my subordinate.
It's nothing. Really, just a small hobby of mine.
Wow. Paimon's so used to seeing you be all upstanding and intimidating as the champion duelist. It's kind of hard to imagine you role-playing with a bunch of friends.
Surely you jest. I would never intentionally make things difficult for my players. I maintain a clear boundary between my professional and personal lives. The me you see at court represents the law and order of Fontaine. I put all personal feelings to the side, and grant a fair duel to all who seek to defend their honor. But in my personal life, I'm just an ordinary person. Someone who feels anger and sadness, just like everyone else.
Well, you say that, but for all the time I've known you, I don't think I've ever seen you cry. I've seen you get angry, sure, but now I'm wondering whether you were actually mad or if it just looked that way from the outside.
I was probably in work mode during those times.
Is that so? Well, in any case, I just feel like even in your personal life, you don't get emotional very often.
So you want to see me cry? That might be a little difficult. A show of anger, though, that might be something I could accomplish.
No, that's not what I meant.
I'm back! Here, allow me to introduce you to the script manager, Mr. Florian.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Hello. Wait, are you a champion duelist too, Mr. Florian?
Oh, no. This is just the costume provided by the club. I occasionally play a few of the roles in my scripts.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It's nothing. It's the least we can do to give the players a more immersive experience. Anyway, allow me to give you a brief introduction of the script. This script was adapted from the real history of the Marechaussee Hunters. You all will play the role of hunters from a bygone era and resolve a series of events unfolding in the capital.
Paimon's not super familiar with the history of the Marechaussee Hunters. Is that a problem?
Oh, no problem at all. I can give you a brief rundown. So, basically, Marechaussee Hunters were people who dedicated themselves to hunting monsters and protecting the city
Hello,
by using a
Isaac.
special swordsmanship technique passed down over generations. Their story can be traced back to the ancient Remurian dynasty, as well as the first hunter, Cassiodor. But I'll leave the finer details for you to seek out and discover later.
And I'll provide additional commentary as the story progresses.
In that case, brave hunters, are you ready to set out on an unknown adventure?
Whoa, just one sentence and it's like we're in the story already!
Aha, I see many a determined gaze before me. Very well, head over to this location and begin your heroic journey.
I subscribe. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So, as we follow the story, it leads us to specific scenes? Ooh, sounds pretty innovative. What does the message in the envelope say?
It's the exact location of the scene, as well as the formal permission to use the venue. Seems like they have everything prepared. Please check all your belongings, everyone, and make sure you haven't forgotten anything. Once you're ready, please follow me to the designated location.
Sounds good. Hunter Squad, move out!
Well, that part was relatively quick. Normally they'd have me walk over some other place and do some stuff, but that one was just one piece of only one piece of dialogue. It was just that one scene, and I actually got the points for it, like the public book. So far the story doesn't. Well, I'm not gonna judge it, but it doesn't seem like I have to do too much. If things go at this particular speed, I can get the story done in no time. I'm supposed to. Oh shoot. Okay.
Transfixed!
And I am working on kind of reworking Okino. What I mean by that is that it's going to take some time. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I am actually going for her artifact set. Yeah, yes, this one here. Yeah, I'm actually going to go for it. I don't know how long it's going to take me, because as you can see already, they give me flat attack as the first substat buff. Again, if you hear people yelling and stuff, normally that's coming from my niece, so she's having a good time downstairs. But the thing is, with Akino, it's like I actually probably don't even need to get that particular artifact buff because she's already fine enough as is. Only thing is, she doesn't have her weapon. But the thing is, when I try to get particular characters, I want them at like their absolute best, and I feel like that is her best set. But it's gonna take a long time for me to actually get the artifacts. I finally downloaded Genshin Impact after a year. Well, I do hope that you enjoy it. You can get a lot of stuff from grinding. I know. I mean, yeah, sometimes people try
Even
to.
the Phaetometer is here and ready to go for us.
Some people do try to progress a little bit faster by spending a lot of money. I'm not one of those people. Yeah, I do spend a couple bucks here and there, but I'm not heavy on the spending. I know when to stop.
The Phaetometer. What's that?
It's a card that's used to determine action success or failure. We'll need to use it when we try to use certain skills.
And what about all the dessert and tea? Is that for us as well?
Yeah, and I had it before, but the phone broke, so I couldn't play. A lot of characters. Oh, okay. Well, both. Well, I believe the mobile and the PlayStation. They both interconnect. They do connect with each other. I think it's at the particular Genshin account, so you should be able to. You should be able to continue where you left off on PlayStation as long as it's
That's what
linked.
the message said.
Really? That's so nice. It feels just like a tea party with friends.
Those snacks have Paimon's name written all over them.
I think you might be more of a snack hunter than a Marashose hunter, Paimon.
Snack Hunter Paimon reported for duty. If there are delicious snacks to be found, Paimon will track down every last one.
The desserts are great. But I'm still looking forward to the story more than anything.
Now, if you are going for the character Clorinde, which is to the main what the story is focused on, you have I think about a good hour to get her. After that, the 5-star characters are going to be Sigewinne and her right there, Furina, which is who I'm going for. I'm going for her, but there's no guarantee I'm going to get her. So best of luck to me. I got new. So happy I could play with my friends again. Well, I'm happy for you as well, man.
Very fair.
Then,
Then,
I like to play this game amongst other ones with my friends as well.
First, please pick up the blank character cards in front of you and
No
write
problem.
down your name and profession.
No problem at all.
You can find an abbreviated version of the rules printed on the back of your character card. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. In this story, everyone is a Marashose hunter. To reflect this, the club has prepared a small badge for everyone.
Ooh, nice.
As hunters, you have proficiency in swordsmanship and fighting by default, so there's no need to allocate any additional skill points to those areas.
Swordsmanship? So there's a fighting part to all this? Paimon's not sure she can do all that on her own. Maybe Paimon can just stick with you?
Why don't you share a character card then? The Traveler will be the Marashose hunter, and you can be her little floating assistant.
Huh. Kinda like in real life.
So, for the name, do I fill it out with the name of my character?
Yep. It can be any name you like.
You can use your real name too if you want. I do that whenever I get too lazy to think of a new name.
Oh, so it would be like experiencing a different life, but still as yourself. That's not a bad idea.
In that case, I think I'll continue to use the name Linny then.
I'm guessing everybody's gonna stick with their own names.
Next up is the skill sheet. You have a limited amount of skill points that you can use to learn a number of skills. The more points you invest in a particular skill, the easier it will be to pass associated checks.
I'll take persuasion and investigation. Those are must-haves when it comes to missions like these.
Oh, those skills sound like they'd be useful for gathering intelligence. Good idea, Navia. Just as expected of a veteran player.
So, should we also take those skills then?
Not necessarily. Since we're working together as a team, we could leave the negotiations to Navia and use our skill points to pick up other useful skills. For example, I think I'll take stealth and sleight of hand. That will give us more options if we run into any situations we can't negotiate our way out of.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I suppose it's not so different from an acting troupe. Everyone has their own role to play. Let me see. I'll take art and performance. I'm not quite sure what use they'll be, but I'm not as knowledgeable about the other skills, and I'm not too confident I'd be able to roleplay them well.
Well, that leaves us. What do you want to learn, Traveler? Ha! Gotta say, this suits you really well. Nothing boosts morale like good food. Oh, something that'll help you get a read on other people's thoughts. Sounds useful. So what do you think? Are you sure you want to learn these 2 skills?
Let's see. Oh, looks like you each have enough points to choose one final skill.
You've all picked such classic skills. It's fine to go a little bit out of the box, you know.
Why do I get the feeling she's getting ready to cause trouble?
For example, this one here. Summon. Doesn't it sound super mysterious and cool?
Oh, I saw that one just now as well. The description says, this skill can be used under certain circumstances to summon characters or creatures that fit the script's world-building rules.
The script's world-building rules, huh? But how are we supposed to know what a Marashose hunter can summon?
Oh, that's not for us to worry about, my friend. Just learn the skills that interest you, and the GM will take care of the rest.
Alright, you've convinced Paimon. Let's learn summon then. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of thing shows up.
Well, now that everyone's more or less finished creating their characters, we can begin. Since 2 of our players are doing this for the first time, though, let me ask, would you like to play on easy mode or authentic mode?
What's the difference between the 2?
Well, in role-playing games, the story sometimes changes based on the decisions of the players and the results of the Fatometer. For example, if you fail a check, that means you cannot use the target skill in that scenario. A critical failure may even result in further negative consequences. If you choose to play in authentic mode, every time you elect to use a skill, you'll need to use the Fatometer to see whether you succeed or fail, and face any consequences that may follow. If you choose easy mode instead, every check will be successful by default, and you won't have to worry about luck playing a factor.
So it's like Resident Evil 6 then, if you play it on the easy mode, where you literally have the QTEs done for you. Oh, this thing again. This literally reminds me of freaking Lynette's hangout event.
Given that I'd like to focus on the story, I suppose I should pick easy mode. I'd feel bad if I brought the team down by failing my checks.
Huh? Oh, come on. Don't worry about that. RNG is the lifeblood of role-playing games. I'm going with authentic mode for sure.
What you like to? I don't think Navi knows about my luck when it comes to RNG. If you see my breakers streams and these streams, you know I try to get characters, artifacts, etc. My luck is pretty much garbage. And the reason why I'm even going for Furina right now is because of my luck was garbage back then, because it went gold when I wished for her on the first banner and it was Jean. And now I have her Constellation 5. So that's why I'm going for Furina, because I want to pair her with Neuvillette when I'm doing Spell of the Abyss. I feel like I'd play a huge help.
Never knowing what you might have to overcome. Ugh, doesn't that sound exciting?
I'd rather be mentally prepared for what might happen.
Alright, then I'll mark down Furina for easy mode. All her checks will be successful by default. As usual, Navia and Linny will play on authentic mode.
What about you, dear partner? How would you like to play?
I got that.
Are you sure?
Trust me, you'll see the beauty of RNG.
There is no beauty in RNG.
Honestly, I don't think Clorinde would make things too difficult for us no matter what the Fatometer says. Isn't that right, Clorinde?
No promises.
That wasn't super reassuring.
Well, anyway, enough talk. Let's get started. I want to experience at least a good chunk of the story today.
Speaking of the story,
I never got a
why
gold.
is the beginning scene on a beach?
Okay, so if you're gonna get a gold in this game, like for both the standard banner and the character banners, you would need to, for guaranteed gold, it can come earlier, but for guaranteed gold you have to pull in that banner 90 times. So you can either do 90 single summons like a madman, or you can do 10 summons, and every 10 wishes is a guaranteed purple, which is a 4-star. So what happens is, let's say you're going for the character banner and you're going for, let's say, Furina right here. If it goes gold and it's a different character like D-Luke or something, or Kitchen, the next time you try to pull for a 5-star banner character, it'll be that guaranteed character. So always take advantage of events, always take advantage of treasure chests, any way you can get Primo Gems so you can get the characters that you want. That's what I'm doing right now when I was doing well, this, because you can also get a wish at, no, I think you get like 60 Primo Gems out of this. Breakers might fall off this next season. What's up, Shu? And yeah, it's because, well, while Baby is a good choice for Breakers, it's like for their anniversary, they're right next to Sparking Zero, so all the attention is going to be over there. So you might see a lot of, I guess, other platform players rather than like PlayStation players on it. Is it thinking of telling you? No problem. Because again, that's for character and standard banner. For weapons, it's 80 wishes. And the guarantee weapon doesn't carry over, but the chances of getting a 5-star does.
Well, that's because a long time ago, back when human civilization was still in its infancy, powerful demons and evil sorcerers ruled over the land. They created a host of monsters and sent them to slaughter all humans in existence.
Okay, so two things. One, that might be our alternate costume in the future, later down the line. Speaking of alternate costumes, there was somebody that was supposed to get one. Who was it? I forget already, but just a second, they dropped the ball season 6. Season 6 is a bit, well, it's a lot controversial, I guess, because it's like, I know they're trying to find ways to buff the Raiders since survivors are overpowered, but survivors will always find a way. They always do. You see, the thing is, now that this is pretty much happening with the what I want to call it, like the supply box stuff. I feel like a lot of people are going to be running Head Start cooldown drink, and they're probably going to have the one thing with the vending machine, whereas I have a better chance of getting like a super cooldown drink rather than just a regular one, because they need everything they can to, of course, jump the Raider when the time comes. However, the thing is, for some people, it's like, again, the level 2 strategy is going to work. I guess it just depends on how good you are at the character. For characters like Cell, for characters like Majin Buu, for characters like Goku Black for sure. He's definitely going to be doing that, the level 2 strategy. The people that can't are, it's like, I want to say Broly, but the thing is, with him, you have to be attacking people. And it's like, what do I say? Like, with him, you'll go level 3 and people will be able to get it faster than you realize. And on top of that, if you're not on top of getting civilians, you're going to get jumped by a bunch of level 3s. So there's nothing that you can do about his Broly. Look, here's the thing. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know if that's going to be her alternate costume. But I do get a feeling that in the future, later in the line, they might have that as an alternate costume, which wouldn't be bad at all. I would actually, if I did have Clorinde, play with that outfit. I would for sure. I say that with a lot of characters. But the only characters outfits I have are the 4-star ones I got for free. And the way to get it for free is by of course doing the event. If you miss out on the event, then you have to pretty much pay in Genesis crystals, which you get from the PlayStation Store, which I'm not going to do. Is this thing loading or something? Yeah, I think it's loading. Yeah, it's loading. I see it on the bottom of my corner now. You're pretty much going to be seeing what people are doing. Yeah, they're going to be a lot of them going to be doing level 2 strategy now with Goku Black. With and the thing is, what's going to happen is that if you fight Frieza, don't let him get the Dragon Balls early, because he will wish for immortality as level 2, and he will not down anybody. Like, he won't finish off anybody. And because he's not taking damage, his evolution meter won't go up. So he'll never go level 3. So you'll never be able to beat him. Unless, of course, the Frieza in question is stupid beyond belief and actually manages to get himself killed.
And arrive at this strange city. As you inhale, you can taste the slightly salty air of the docks as you begin to survey your surroundings. There aren't many people in the vicinity, but you do take note of a few others who, like you, seem to be sizing up this place.
See here, Clorinde. Honestly, is my favorite character since Navia. Clorinde, even when I first saw her, I knew she was going to be a good character. And she did not disappoint in the slightest, whether it's her animations in the story, like what she actually does in the story and how she contributes to the team, or just gameplay-wise, who, based on the way she plays, I really want to get her. Literally, there is not a single Fontaine character in this game that I dislike, which is funny because Fontaine was going to be the one I was going to skip for not landing the other characters and stuff, because I wanted I think it was more stuff for Eula, like a weapon and stuff, but Furina, Nervulette, Navia, so on and so forth, they all quickly became favorite characters of mine. And on top of that, this particular region gives you pretty much the most amount of Primo gems, which is how I got Yolanda and her weapon. So I had nothing to thank but Fontaine for that. But yeah, Clorinde in terms of like favorite characters, like how she ranks with all of them, probably top 10. I say it because there's a lot of characters to choose from, so top 10 is really good. Of course, top 3 for me is always going to be Kazuha, though. I really like another character.
Meet, and you realize
he may not be the strongest character, but he's really good at support, and I just like using him for certain stuff.
Location after receiving the same commission as you.
You're all Marashose hunters too, right? Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Navia, monster hunter by trade, and helpful neighborhood businesswoman on the side.
Okay, so everybody has a different outfit in the icons over there. Which makes me beg the question that later on in the future, unless you're going to have these outfits included for the game.
What say you to traveling together? We can help each other out on the road.
Okay, count me in.
See, like even his outfit.
My name is Lynn. I've been wandering since I was little and picked up a few less
the only
than
thing
legal
that's
tricks
gonna
along
the
the
only
way.
thing that's gonna take me
I
off
was
is if the
adopted
trapper
by a
has
Marashose hunter and later chose to follow in his footsteps.
Okay, the only thing that's gonna take me off is if the traveler has a different outfit in the icon, because the traveler has literally been teased to have different outfits, and we never got them for 4 years. And the thing is, with the traveler, I actually named her something else. But it was because I assumed that you'd be able to freely customize the traveler throughout the game, whether it's the male or female version, but that wasn't the case. I also thought there was going to be multiple save slots for different story choices. Also wasn't the case.
Is this where you introduce your character to everyone? It sounds like they've done this dozens of times.
My name is Furina, and, I grew up in a noble family. I always had a strong interest in performance and the arts. Even though I'm a Marashose hunter, what I really want is to be a performing artiste.
Hey, that's really cool. You can do it, Furina. That's exactly how it's done.
Paimon is Paimon, a good friend and companion to this Marashosei hunter right here.
Even Paimon has a freaking different outfit.
I've been studying the culinary arts since I was a child. I hope my delicious food can help boost people's spirits.
Okay, not only is she speaking, but she also has a different outfit down there.
That's wonderful. I'll be looking forward to your cooking during our adventures together.
Well, if we're all here for the same commission, why don't we take some time to confirm what we need to do?
You open your envelopes at the same time. The message reads, "To the honorable and trustworthy Marashosei hunters, our kingdom is currently facing a grave crisis. The lands outside the capital have been overtaken by monsters, and our people are being led astray by forces of wickedness. We beseech you, please help us resolve this crisis and return peace and stability to our home."
Huh. The layout of this city looks super familiar. It kind of reminds Paimon of Mondstadt.
Yeah, I thought this looked like Mondstadt, honestly, because I remember going over here and saving this one dude from slimes every so often.
The scriptwriter must have used a real-world city as a reference when coming up with the map.
As experienced hunters, the layout of the city reminds you of places once traveled. You recall the sight of tree-lined streets
And
the
hello,
gentle
Angel. What's up?
tranquility of days gone by. Yet, as you regard the city in front of you, it appears to be little more than an empty shell. Its hollow gates are open to you, beckoning you to come forth and bring salvation back to the town.
I carefully read every line of the letter and turn my attention to the signatures at the bottom. Who issued this commission to us?
You see a long string of unfamiliar names. It would seem that many of the residents of the city issued this commission together. They sensed that things were not right within the kingdom and sent a distress signal to the outside world.
In that case, why don't we take a walk around the city and see if we can learn anything from the local residents?
Oh, good idea. We might be able to get some leads on the monsters and bad guys we're after.
You look up and see a tavern nearby. It appears to be open for the day.
Why don't we go check out that tavern? If the novels I've read are anything to go by, taverns are usually full of information.
Okay. So I gotta stick with this team. Just making sure.
As you approach the tavern, you find a plainly dressed woman standing nearby. She appears to be rather troubled about something.
Okay, I was like, she wasn't standing. But I see where you're going with this. So we'll be heading to the Power Nations.
Greetings, friend.
Yeah,
Lovely
Natlan
weather
is the
we're
next
having
region,
today,
it's Power
don't you
region.
think?
So I believe what's going to happen is that they're going to have version 4.8, which is going to be Emily or Emil, I forget what her name is. It's going to be her. Based on the leaks, they said Navio is going to be there, and 2 other people. And I think after that version, I think is when we're going to get Natlan as a region. I'm just hoping that it's really good. Like, again, I'm optimistic very so much about this game. So I doubt that place will disappoint me. And they might introduce something else that's similar to Dragon Spawn. Remember how Dragon Spawn, you go there, you go to like sheer cold. I feel like for Natlan, it might be something that involves heat. That's my guess.
Oh, hello. I suppose you're right. The weather today is quite lovely. If only those monsters out there would stop causing trouble.
Like, there might be a lot of fire that over there too. And I say that because even when you look at like Inazuma, you see a lot of the water has electricity on it. Like, there's a bunch of stuff you can abuse stuff with electro. I feel like Natlan might be similar. Not exactly like,
every
but
character
something
included
similar.
in the script has a certain amount of useful information to offer. If we keep asking questions, we might be able to get some good leads.
Oh, come now, don't be sad. Life is all about optimism. Oh, that reminds me. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Huh?
I don't think that's the kind of question we're supposed to ask.
Nothing turns a frown upside down like good food. How about some macarons? I could make you some.
You didn't even take cooking as one of your skill proficiencies.
See, even a newbie does
That's
that.
not necessary, miss.
I said, Lefurina new to this
Excuse me
game
for
if she
saying
knew
this,
that.
but you don't really look like a chef. Besides, I'm not really a fan of sweets.
So you're someone who barely smiles and doesn't like sweets. You're really starting to remind me of this one friend of mine. Hey! Did she just... me?
Clorinde must have broke character for a second.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Traveler, maybe you can think of something.
The results of insight checks aren't disclosed to the players, so I'll be the one consulting the fatometer. You recall all the lessons you've learned in your time and begin to carefully observe the woman's mannerisms. You notice that when she's quiet, she has an empty look in her eyes, as if her thoughts have drifted to a place far, far away. And when she speaks, she often subconsciously reaches out to touch the ring on her left hand. So you noticed. That's a little embarrassing. A horde of monsters suddenly appeared near the capital recently, so all the guards were dispatched to fight them.
Do you remember when those monsters appeared?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is that my husband was dispatched to fight them 3 days ago.
Do you know where he was sent?
It all
is there
happened so fast.
something I missed?
When we said our goodbyes, he couldn't even tell me where they were sending him.
I'm saying because the comment is duplicated on the right, and normally when that happens, there's usually a comment that appears. So you have to bear with me if you see that a lot.
You have our thanks, friend. We'll find and defeat those monsters as soon as possible. We sincerely hope your husband will be able to return to your side soon.
Thank you.
Now, what doesn't duplicate is anything on Discord, which, by the way, if you haven't already, you can go ahead and click that Discord link. You can post whatever you want there, just as long as things go in the right folders. Pretty much it.
Don't worry.
I would also ask that, you know, you just pretty
try
much
to remain
be
optimistic
respectful to
and
everybody
wait
else.
for good news.
Now, I do know that there will be conflicts sometimes here and there. Not everybody's going to see eye to eye on everything. So I don't mind a small argument here and there. Just don't go out looking for trouble. That's what I mean.
We don't always get to choose what happens to us. But we do
You're
get
just
to
doing
choose
the
the
Spring
little
Card
things
Time
like
Library right now.
what we eat and
I'll
how we
probably,
respond to the things life
I'll
throws our way.
probably, if I have time
I
tomorrow,
hope that one day
do it
you
then.
too will recognize the power of something as small and inconsequential as a delicious dessert.
I'll do my best. You bid farewell to the woman and continue your journey further into the city.
The resurrection.
As you venture further into the city, the streets appear largely empty. An elderly woman walks past. You see her shake her head as she puts away her wrinkled wallet. A nearby merchant folds his arms and gives you a disdainful look. You get the impression that he's someone who has long gotten used to the sight before him.
But yeah, I'm gonna do the Spring Card Timer when I get a chance. But my plan today is this
Although
game
he
and
doesn't
Breakers.
seem very friendly.
If there is
Merchants are
stuff
usually a
in
good source of
Xenoverse that I
information,
missed, if
right?
there is like the Breakers, like what I'll call it. Oh shoot! I just realized something. I think today is like the last day to use the season 5 wishes, isn't it? So I'm gonna have to do that as soon as possible then. Hold on. I found a male saying with Beerus's pants that misspelled Gogeta. Of course you did. I don't know what it is about this thing is they misspell everything.
Pardon me, sir. I'd like to ask a question if I
And
may.
again, the reason why I'm the reason why I'm more so on it when it comes to misspellings in the Dragon Ball universe when you're playing a Dragon Ball game is the fact that it's everywhere in the game. You see Goku, you see Saiyan, you see Vegeta, which is literally vegetable but shorter. You see Gogeta, mixture of Goku and Vegeta. Gohan, which people somehow spell wrong. And the reason why I get more so disappointed about it is because you can literally, if of course your phone ain't working or if your laptop working, you can literally press the middle button like this. You can go over to Internet Explorer or Internet Browser as it's called, and then you can search it from there to see how it's spelled. It literally takes less than 45 seconds.
That depends. How much are you willing to pay?
How about this much?
What do you take me for? Some lowly beggar? You can't even buy half an onion with that amount.
You know, I didn't realize. You know, okay, I was wondering why the voice is off, but Clorinde's playing him. Okay, because I had to read that. It said played by Clorinde.
Surely an onion can't be that expensive, right?
What do you know? War's nearly upon us. Everything costs several times what it did before. If you're not gonna buy anything, then scram.
Whoa, what a nasty guy. Maybe we shouldn't even bother talking to him.
But he still might have information we need. Traveler, can you think of something? Sir, we came to this city to solve the very problem you seem to be referring to. The war you mentioned, would it happen to be against the monsters outside the city? If you happen to be well informed and know a thing or two about what's going on, we'd appreciate it if you could share that information with us. After all, the sooner this problem gets resolved, the easier it will be for you to do your business.
Well, things are basically as you said, young lady. Those monsters are camped outside the city, and they've been destroying all our trade routes. We have limited reserves within the city, so if this continues, we're all gonna be in big trouble.
Wait, you're saying no one has put a plan in place to distribute supplies or maintain order?
We could all starve, and those nobles in the palace wouldn't even break a sweat. Who knows? Maybe they've been in cahoots with the monsters all along.
That is concerning.
All right. That's all the information you need, right? Off with you now. I've still got business to do.
You know, if you smiled a little more, you'd definitely get more business. And I bet that would make your life just a little bit sweeter. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to work. It's just a tip.
Oh.
Should we try to go somewhere with more people?
Oh, how about the city square? Follow me.
Before you lies the city's central square. You see a man with a slightly anxious look on his face, pacing back and forth, his head hanging low. He doesn't seem to notice your approach. Still immersed in his own thoughts, he shakes his head and lets out a long sigh.
This guy seems promising enough. Maybe I can get some information out of him. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Wait, you're...
I'm...
Oh, dear goodness! You're a Marechaussee hunter!
You recognize us? Ah, are you one of the people who wrote the commission letter?
Yes! Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come! Oh, what great news! The city is saved!
What happened here?
Alas, we once lived comfortable, carefree lives. This city used to be free of monsters. The first Marachose hunter, Casiodor, the Golden Hunter, he was the one who drove them back. However, monsters have once again surrounded the city. Perhaps the seal that kept them at bay has lost its power. Or perhaps an evil sorcerer has been meddling in our affairs. All I know for sure is that their return has stripped this city of any chance at peace.
Are there not enough soldiers to drive them out?
It's not a question of numbers. The guards simply have no idea how to deal with them. Most people my age have never even seen one of the monsters, much less been trained to fight against them. What's worse, many of us don't even know the history of the Marachose hunters anymore. When I was a child, though, my grandfather would tell me stories about how the Marachose hunters drove back the monsters. So, on the off chance that something might come of it, I decided to reach out to you. To be perfectly honest, I was starting to think all those stories were just tall tales. But now that I've seen you in person, I finally know that it was true.
Well, you can rest easy, friend. The righteous and formidable Marachose hunters are on the case.
The man is touched by your determination and resolve. His eyes begin to well with tears of relief.
Still, if we are going to hunt the monsters, we need to know where to find them. Can you give us any leads?
All I know is that the area outside the city is dangerous. I'm afraid I can't point you toward a specific location. Oh, although, if you leave the capital through the main gate and follow the road, you should run into a group of guards. They might know more about where to find the monsters.
I see. We'll go look for them then.
All right, be careful. Oh, and one last thing. The monsters outside the city are just part of the problem. There are evil sorcerers inside the city as well, so be on your guard. They're actively working with the monsters, and have corrupted the court ministers with malicious magic. They're the reason why, even inside the city, everything has been a giant mess. Even one of our kindest ministers has turned into a boorish and unreasonable figure, interested in nothing but enacting laws that exploit the people. Who knows how much longer we'll be able to go on like this.
Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I feel bad for him. Maybe we should try to cheer him up?
Huh? Like, now? Is this really the right time?
I appreciate your kindness, but for now, it's more important to focus on the crisis at hand. Brave hunters, I leave the future of this kingdom to you.
Also, on an unrelated note, you probably noticed I've been churning out a lot of artwork on Discord. I'm trying to get as much done as fast as possible because I know that I need to catch up on a lot of stuff. Again, it's like usually during the weekdays, like I said, I'm usually busy watching my niece, amongst other things.
If I understood correctly, there are currently 2 problems in the kingdom that need solving, right?
And I also had to work pretty much overtime since I was the only person watching her today and yesterday.
Exactly. We need to defeat the monsters outside the city and take down the evil sorcerer stirring up trouble from within.
See here, there's a lot of drawings I want to do. Yeah, like I said, I think on a different stream as well, usually when I have a drawing or idea in mind, I usually on my phone I just pretty much write down what idea I want to do. What kind of pose I want to do, what kind of characters I want to. Now, some characters of mine have more artwork than others, so I try to chill out on them. So people who don't have a lot, like someone like, let's say, AJ, or someone like there was someone else that didn't have a lot of artwork, like Akira, I could probably do more stuff with them. Because again, people who have the most amount of artwork are characters like Sakura, characters like Ada. Mainly because while Ada is one of my main characters, Sakura, I usually introduce different timeline versions of her, or different points in time, if I mean to say. Past, present, future, so on. So I usually have a lot of stuff with her. And plus, technically, Sakura is actually the first main character that I've had on YouTube, because I did it back to Soul Calibur 5.
But which problem should we tackle first?
Well, this seems like a good moment for a break. Take some time and discuss what you want to do. Let me know when you've made your decision.
I really didn't expect the people in the city to keep us at arm's length like that. I totally thought the hunters would be treated like heroes.
Well, Clorinde said the script took cues from the real history of Fontaine, right? Maybe the real-life Marushosei hunters were also treated like that.
I wouldn't say it's a perfect representation of history, but there are definitely some similarities. Would you like to hear more about it?
Sure. As long as it doesn't spoil anything in the script. You've brought up bits and pieces of the hunter's history before, but it was all in passing.
Paimon wants to know too! The hunters were super powerful, right? Were they all from a special line of supernatural beings or something? Kinda like the yokai in Inazuma?
Also, taking the drawings again. I never said I was gonna like stop doing them, but I just was gonna try to take longer breaks with them. Funny enough, I still do have one of them in the works right now with Sakura and Ada. I'll probably post that whenever. But 2 drawings I have, like I said, I'm gonna try to get done on the 4th of July and post it then. Because there is still a couple of holiday drawings I still haven't done
The only
yet.
thing that set them apart were the special sword techniques passed down over the centuries.
Which, one of them, weirdly enough, is actually Christmas. I actually didn't make a drawing for that yet. So I'll probably do that whenever.
Huh? So you mean anyone could become a Marushosei hunter?
Also, if I do leave very soon, it's not gonna be for very long. It's just that dinner's already made and stuff, so all I do is eat it.
In theory, yes. All you would need to do is survive the rigorous training
It shouldn't
and
take
master
me
the swordsmanship
no,
techniques
it shouldn't
required
take
to
more
fight
than
the
10 minutes,
monsters.
depending on what I eat.
Still, most people dropped out at the early stages, and others called it quits the minute they saw a monster in person. To become a hunter, you must be strong in both body and mind.
What kind of monsters did the hunters fight exactly? Oh, and the evil sorcerer the script mentions. Did they exist in real life too?
The land of Fontaine once played host to an ancient dynasty known as Remuria. After that dynasty fell, monsters began to appear, intent on obstructing humans from establishing a new social order. One of the ancient sorcerers of Remuria used his power to assemble a formidable army of golems. He sought to use that force to establish himself as king.
Now wait a second. Don't tell me that guy was the inspiration for the evil sorcerer in the script. We still haven't found any in-game information on him yet. So, why don't you talk about someone else for now?
Well, I wasn't planning on going into anything you might be able to find out in the game. But if you want me to talk about something else, then... How about Casiodor, the Golden Hunter? Or Egeria, the ex-Hydro Archon?
Wait, but those people are all from a super long time ago. Where did you learn all this, Clorinde?
From my master.
Huh. By master, you mean Miss Petronia?
Oh, is someone you know?
Absolutely. Miss Petronia and my father were good friends. Back in the day, she would often bring Clorinde over to play, but then...
Let's not get off topic. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Responding to Egeria's call, a number of warriors followed Casiodor into battle against the monsters. This group of warriors, under Casiodor's leadership, became known as the Marushosei Hunters. Yet, as Fontaine entered an era of peace, their work gradually became obsolete. The Marushosei Phantom, originally an association made up of hunters, eventually came to be predominantly comprised of Melusines.
Ah, I see. That explains why most of the people in the script have forgotten the hunters or think of them as nothing more than a legend.
Is that really a bad thing, though? It can get tough always being the one shouldering everyone's expectations.
Depends on who you ask, I suppose. If the name of the organization no longer commands respect, investigative work is bound to suffer.
Speaking of investigations, which problem should we tackle first? Monsters or evil sorcerer?
I vote monsters. That's the main duty of the hunters, right? We can come back to the sorcerer later.
Well said, Miss Farina. Plus, if the sorcerers really are the masterminds behind this whole thing, defeating the monsters could give us some clues on their intentions as well.
What about you, partner? What do you think? It's decided then.
All right. After some discussion, you decide to turn around and head out of the city.
If this is a decent stopping point, well, maybe my stopping point is that if this is a good pause point, I'll probably go ahead and eat, and I'll come back after like 5 or 10 minutes. So I just have to retype in BRB in the comments. And again, I will still have my phone on me. This way, when people come into chat, I can respond via text. Let's see here. Now that I've completed the story so far, what are your thoughts on Sharina?
Let's take a look around, like that guy said.
Oh, I really think she's a good character. Like,
Outsiders, halt!
like she's a really good character. And I'm not talking about just gameplay wise. I'm talking about like her actual story.
An armored man approaches you. He has a tall, muscular build and a determined expression in his eyes. Just one look, and you can tell he's fought in his fair share of battles. Although he's trying his best to conceal his current state, his uneven gait and the sweat dripping down his forehead make it obvious that he's been wounded and is in serious pain. I'm the captain of the guard. I saw you sneaking around the city earlier, so I'll only ask this once. State your purpose, or it's off to the dungeons for the lot of you.
Wow, it's been a while since someone's been this suspicious of us.
I said talk, not whisper between yourselves.
Have you ever heard of the Marchese Hunters?
Marachose hunters? Ha! That fairy tale, you mean? What, you expect me to believe you're one of them?
Sir, we were indeed in the city earlier, but our purpose was only to gather information on the monsters. We're here to help the city and all the people within it. Your guards are still fighting the monsters as we speak. They could be seriously wounded and in grave need of support. You need all the help you can get.
The man regards you with doubt and concern. After a period of inner struggle, he lets out a long sigh and informs you of the locations where the monsters have appeared. Those monsters aren't easy to deal with, but if you insist on going, I won't stop you either. I just hope all the guards will be able to come back to their families alive. I wish you the best of luck.
Character stuff. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be right back. I'm about to go ahead and eat real quick, and I'm gonna come back and continue this. Like I said earlier, I'm taking the phone just in case any comments arise. Okay, I'm back, and seeing as how this new banner's out, I may as well get the 10 summons out of the way right now. Why not? I got but 2 of them I can do. I'm just not liking the choice of the 4 stars, but we'll see how this goes. I will update my phone accordingly. Okay. Because I only have enough gems to do 2 10 summons. This being the first of the 2. Again, I still have other events I can do and the beginning of next month. So if I don't get Clorinde in the stream, I will likely come back for it. Yeah, probably. They now let me get in this character for sure. Well, look at that. Who on earth I want, like, do you know how much of the stringless I have? If I actually kept every stringless weapon, it'd be a bunch of them. You know what? That was so bad doing a single summon, because why not? Again, I'll be there later. Alright. Okay, well that sucked. Let's go ahead and check this path real quick. So what does her weapon do? I'm talking about Furina's, I already know what hers does. I'm talking about Sigewine here. HP bow. Can remedy effect when it possess stacks, the health increases. This also goes well for this goes well for Yelan as well. At least so far. One stack by the life. Oh, then Goku's fault. Wait, what? I'm guessing that Goku put you up to it or something? I say, like, I've seen him in this game a few times. I just haven't really mentioned him or let alone talk to him in a very long while. I don't know why. I probably should. Talk to him. It's been a hot minute. And I gotta go ahead and do this. Give me a second while I update my phone. When I mean update, I mean as in, you know, just wish-wise, so you know how far I am. So I did 21 pulls. Where's the pity thing at? So I think I need 22 more wishes. I might be able to get it by then. I might. Mr. Pity? Again, so 50-50, and I am, as I just said, 68 wishes in. So I'm gonna try my best doing a lot of these events. I'm gonna try to get the last few stars as far as the best, even though it is a complete nightmare because they I don't know. It's not even like this part of the business is like super difficult. It's just there's a lot of enemies and they are all like they all have a lot of health. But yeah, whoever it is you're going for, best of luck to you as well. Me, you already see my luck.
As you approach
I literally have a trial
battlefield,
character of Furina right now, and that's as close as I'm gonna get to her right now, with the exception of the test run, which I will be doing later, so I can get the Puma gems.
Their faces are filled with desperation and terror. Some are
When
screaming
the 50-50, I'm
and
hoping to God I
cursing
do.
in vain, as if still trying to
Because
banish the
again, I have
monstrosities
pulled
they
for
saw
Furina
from
in the
their
past,
minds.
and I've lost the 50-50 in the past. I said earlier, it was to Jean, which is why Jean is, if you don't believe me, Constellation 5, because of the last time I tried to go for Furina. I'm one away from maxing her out. This would be the first and only 5-star character that is not the Traveler that would have maxed out Constellations. And it was not by choice. Hey, Bobby. What's up, Danny Goku?
A few of the wounded look up at you in shock and disbelief.
All that look,
Leave
all
this
that
place.
all that happened
Turn
was
around
that
and
I
don't look
tried to
back,
pull for the
they
character,
yell.
didn't work. It's like I could do single summons just to entertain myself, really, because I do have enough to get, I think, at least like 3 more. The reason why I say is because all I gotta do is just the 2 test runs, and then I just have to convert the stuff on the bottom left corner here into wishes. And or I can just wait until the beginning of next month to get 5 more wishes. I put all the Keto in the past and lost to D-Luke and freaking Tainari. Tainari, I don't know why he showed up at the worst possible times. Tainari showed up. He showed up in the standard banner and he showed up in the Arlecchino banner. The Arlecchino banner I was more so mad about. Of course, I was happier as soon as I saw him. Then it was Arlecchino immediately after. But I still hate the fact that that technically means that I lost 50-50 to Tainari. Which is, and the reason why it frustrated me more is because around that time is when I still didn't have Chi-Chi or Mona. So Tainari, a newer Dendro character,
You see
showed up in my
broken
team
iron swords scattered
before
all
2
around
standard,
you,
like
and
base game
downed
characters
trees
did.
riddled with terrifying claw marks. All the signs point to one thing. A truly devastating battle just took place here.
But yeah, I'm not giving up on this banner. And the thing is,
might still be
like
around.
like I said, even if I do lose this 50-50, which is possible, the next character I'm going to go for that's guaranteed will likely be Navia. I need a strong Geo character, and by doing so, Navia will literally be my first and only 5-star Geo character. That, of course, once again, is not the Traveler.
Before you can finish your sentence, you hear rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The monsters have emerged.
These monsters will get the behinds whipped too. I got Fiorina on this team.
They close in on you without fear. You get the impression that, in their bloodthirsty eyes, you're just another meal for them to devour.
Geo character too. Yeah, like Navia is without a doubt the strongest Geo character in this game for no reason.
A little help here! This thing wants to eat Paimon!
Your battle round begins now.
Oh, for a second I thought I was actually gonna have to go over there and fight them myself, but I gotta pick a card now, which is lower than what I was supposed to be.
Yoo-hoo! Hey there! Hey there!
The next battle round begins now.
Oh, do something. See what happens.
Hey there! Attack! That's the way. Go! Watch out!
Umbrella warfare, I guess!
See, that's how you mess with Navia.
The monsters
And this
let out a
Navia doesn't have the
terrifying
benefit of
roar
Bennett
anger and resentment
or like a weapon of my
before
choosing. Because if she did,
dissipating into
I would
thin
probably
air.
give. I don't even know. I'd probably give her that one weapon, the Skyward Pride for now at least, because that's the only other 5-star Claymore that I had that isn't in use.
Ugh, thank goodness it's over.
I also need a strong Hydro character. Strong Hydro character. Okay, Mona's decent for that. There is Ayato, he's really good. Yelan is also a really good support character and also one of the strongest. And what me by support is that her burst, you can use that and then switch to somebody else. That's what I mean by it. And in Nervulette, he's just built different. He is the first character that I've gotten where I was actually able to beat a boss in like one phase. Like he's just that powerful, and he doesn't have any constellations or his own weapon.
We're lucky the Marashose
He
Hunter
is
class came with all
the,
those preset
at least
skill
my
points.
personal opinion, the strongest Hydro
Otherwise,
character
we
right
would
now.
have been in some real
And speaking of
trouble.
Hydro characters, after this domain or whatever gets done, I'm gonna go over and try out Sigewin.
I never knew the Fatometer even determines the amount of damage you inflict. If you get unlucky, isn't it just game over right then and there?
Huh? That's part of the fun. The uncertainty of fate is what gives these games their appeal.
Just as you begin to celebrate your victory, a suspicious lump on the ground catches your attention.
A suspicious lump? Wait, could it be the thing that appears after every battle?
I walk up to it, crouch down, and begin to
You should whisper
carefully
Farina, ask
examine it.
Farina.
I've still got my right glove on, so
That's
it
fine.
should be fine for me to touch
That's
it,
actually
right?
possible. Whether it's through the test run where I do it, or if I do it in this particular story quest.
As you investigate the mound, you discover that the exposed portion appears to be
That's
made
funny.
of
I
wood.
actually might do that.
It was previously
Because I
obscured by
still
the large
have
form of the monsters.
I still have enough time to pull for Farina because there's going to be a lot of events I got to do. There's also, like I said, the beginning of the month of July, where I can get an additional 5. And then there was one other particular thing. Oh yeah, Sparkle Abyss. I can still get 100 primogenites from there, but like I said earlier, it's downright impossible right now. And when I mean impossible, I'm not talking about beating it wise. I'm talking about getting all, excuse me, all 9 stars. Because they put in the most overpowered of enemies in there. Like one of them was the I forget which, like I think it's the Electro, if not the Pyro version of the Abyss Lector, I think it is. And after you beat him, then you gotta fight somebody else. And the thing is with them, you can only do so much damage to them. Because of course like I said, you damage them and then all of a sudden you got to fight them with a certain element. Otherwise you're not gonna do as much damage.
With the monsters gone, the small protrusion now awaits your discovery, poking out of the ground like a shy flower bud.
Did you manage to 36 star Abyss? I have before. I've 36 starred Abyss before. A bunch of times, actually, and actually have separate videos of them. I pretty much don't have any commentary, just add music. This one is going to be maybe the same way, but I would need to have perfect teams for them. So of course Olakino's going to be there.
Whoa, it's a treasure chest!
I just need to pair her with somebody, and I can't always rely on Noelle and her shielding. I need somebody else to buff her damage a little more. I might bring Ganyu out for melt damage. The current one, no. Right now I am 33 stars. So I have, so basically like every mission on that, I've gotten 2 stars on each chamber. So floor 12, chamber 1, 2, and 3 all have 2 stars each. Like I said, I would need to make a perfect team through each and every chamber and experiment over and over and over again before I feel comfortable enough to pick that particular team and pretty much
With
use that the next
everyone's
time
help,
too.
You successfully excavate the wooden chest from the ground.
But yeah, like I said before, I feel like Sparkle Abyss would go much smoother if I have Furina on the team, which is what I'm going for. Sigewin, from what I hear, with the bubbles and everything, that's just pretty much not nerfs. It buffs characters like Nerulette pretty much, who absorbs those and gains health, and also gets a charge attack in faster.
Even without opening it, you can tell from the Mora and
But the
jewels
thing is with
scattered
him, I
around
can
the
cycle
chest
his stuff
that it
relatively
must contain quite the
easily.
fortune.
Like, it is really hard, this version.
Makes sense. We worked hard for this. Let's open it and we can share what's inside.
I can understand your excitement, Paimon, but think about it. Doesn't it seem like there are people out there who need this treasure more than us?
Like, the only thing that would be more annoying for this part of the business is they added that one enemy again, the Thunder Manifestation. And the reason why I say him about people a lot is because I hate enemies who run. And that's literally its whole gimmick. It teleports away from you each and every chance that it gets. And then it summons this huge electro like cube looking thing, and you have to run away from that the entire time, and that also eats up your time. So unless you have a character with great shielding like Zhongli or Noelle, you're gonna be finding yourself dodging a lot. I don't know if you read my Discord message. No, I didn't yet. I haven't been on Discord for the past like 30 minutes to an hour now.
Yeah. Think about
Like I
all
said,
the
if you
people
haven't joined
suffering in the
Discord, be sure
capital.
to. That
Or
link's
all
right
those
there.
guards who got hurt fighting the monsters. Wouldn't it be better if we gave the treasure to them?
So, hold on.
Wait, is that how it
Any
works?
progress on the
I
drawing I
thought since
requested?
we were the
Oh,
ones
you're talking
to
about the
dig it up,
Tomoko.
we
If
could just
you're
take
talking
it
about the
for
Tomoko
ourselves.
drawing, yes. But this is the first time I've had to, with Tomoko, I guess, switch her hairstyle to match the pictures that you made.
Well, let's put it this way. Any decision you
So
make during a
again,
role-playing
the
game
particular
can
like
impact
the build of the
future
character will
course of the story.
it might match that of Xenoverse. So again, it might be a costume swap, but with a Xenoverse-like model.
But would the people really believe us? It's hard enough for us to prove we're Marcia Say hunters. What if they think we procured the treasure illegally? They might get even more suspicious of
Paimon's
us.
greedy. Paimon's been greedy for how long now?
That's
That ain't nothing
definitely
new.
something we should consider. Maybe we can come up with an explanation in advance.
Well, if donating it could cause that much trouble, why don't we use it to buy some gear and fill up on good food? Then we'll be ready to fight even more bad guys.
Looks like you're facing a difficult choice once again. Well, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a day for now?
Wow.
If you ain't annoying.
Where did the time go?
With Paimon, it's like I said this before. I said she wasn't as annoying when you were just talking to her regularly in Mondstadt and Liyue. So basically the earlier quests. It wasn't until I want to say later in Inazuma and afterwards is when she cranked it up from 100 to 400. And her voice, like, it's like she's like 2 notches away from singing soprano.
I'm not sure if it's because I'm having so much fun with you all, or because the story is particularly
Same
enticing.
body
but
count with Suba with
I feel like I could
the
almost keep
same count
going.
body Suba with default. Yeah. Yeah, again, I'm working on it. But like I said, it's gonna be in the same like body model of like Xenoverse, since that's what since that was the request.
Here, here. Ooh, how about we play through the night?
I'm not sure I'll have enough energy for that.
Yeah, that won't work for me either. Lynette will give me an earful if I get home too late.
I understand how you feel, Navia, but we have to change venues for the next part of the story anyway.
Huh? Another location?
Mm-hmm. There's a special note for the GM at the end of this section that says to proceed to an indoor set for the next part of the script.
Whoa, they really pulled out all the stops for this new script.
Well, even if we end the game for the day, we can still stay a little longer and hear Clorinde finish her story, right? Paimon wants to hear more about the history of the hunters.
Something tells me you just want to finish the free desserts before we break for the day.
That's just a coincidence, okay? Besides, to Paimon, not finishing free food feels even worse than having to buy her own.
Admitting you
And
don't buy your own food
Paimon
and
really
the
does
copy
want
does
to
that.
hear more about Clorinde's master.
Well,
It's nothing. I appreciate the concern, but it's all in the past. It won't do any harm to share these things now. My earliest memories are of living with Master. According to her, she saved me from certain people of ill repute. My birth parents had left me behind some time before that.
What a heavy beginning for a life story.
Master was a fascinating individual. If inexperienced in the ways of raising children, my first ever toy was a short sword. Although I suppose it wasn't so much a toy as something Master removed from her waist and handed to a noisy child in need of distraction.
Oh, wait, so she handed an actual sword to a child? Isn't that dangerous? Did you hurt yourself?
Of course I did. I cut my palm and bled quite a lot. But Master was not
See,
concerned.
that's why I don't
She
give
just
anything
stood there
remotely
and
sharp to my
casually
knees,
lectured me
because I know
about
she's
it.
gonna hurt herself.
See, that's what you get for not holding the sword properly, she told me. She then crouched
She
down
didn't even
next to
teach her how to
me
use the
and
sword
said,
properly beforehand.
"Give me your hand. I'll teach you to bandage this wound. After that, it's time to learn how to truly hold a blade."
Excuse me for asking this, Clorinde, but how old were you exactly when all this happened?
Probably around, 3, give or take.
3. So a grown woman decided in her conscience, I guess, like, not taking any drugs or anything that I know of, gave a weapon to a 3-year-old kid. That person is crazy.
3? Isn't that when most kids are still struggling to hold a fork?
As I said, Master was rather inexperienced in the ways of raising children. She believed trial and error was the best way to teach a child what they're capable of.
I'm not so sure this is a question of experience.
I didn't see anything wrong with her ways at the
She just has a
time.
casual pretty
And
much.
anyway,
Clorinde haven't gone through
children
such a
don't get to
struggle.
choose how they're
We want to
raised.
see kids go through this once in a while.
She did bring
Yeah,
me
that's
back
what I
a
wanted my
pup from
characters to
relay
go through as
once.
well.
It was a Geovishap hatchling.
Like, I don't really want my characters to have some sort of like gray upbringing, or I don't want them perfect in every way, because there's no character growth. And if there isn't a growth in character, you won't resonate with that character, and you'll quickly become disinterested in that person.
A Geovishap hatchling? For a pet? That seems even more dangerous.
What she said was this: make sure to get along, you two. If you really can't agree on something, just settle it with a fight. Whoever loses is the real pet.
Your master was weird.
And how old were you when this happened?
Were you also 3 or 4 or something?
5.
Up, I was close.
Well, did she win?
No, I lost.
So, you're saying you actually became the Geovishap's pet?
Yes, but only for a week. By the end of that week, I defeated it in combat, and we've shared a cordial relationship ever since.
That really doesn't sound like the kind of childhood someone should have.
Later on, I gradually understood that Master most likely didn't know any other way to raise a child. She was a Marechaussee hunter, but I never heard her bring up her own parents. Thanks to her, I learned how to navigate the forest by the age of 6, and could hunt monsters in the wild by myself the year after that.
So he's just hunting monsters at the age of 7 with no
Even though the
supervision?
training she subjected me to was strict, she always made sure to take me traveling when she had the time. We met many of her friends during those days. That was also how I met Mr. Callis and his family.
I still remember the first time we met. You were too scared to join our picnic and hid behind Ms. Petronia the whole time.
I still hadn't really met many children my age at that time, so I didn't know how to interact with others.
After that, though, you started coming over a lot. You loved challenging people to shooting competitions, remember? I don't think many members of the Spina ever beat you in one of those.
I had a lot of fun during those days.
I enjoyed them too. Oh, do you remember that one time we went exploring around the Spina together? We overheard Papa call your master Fontaine's Protector of Justice. We tried to pretend like we never heard anything, but you nearly let it slip that one time.
Protector of Justice? Oh, wait, you mean that vigilante hero from 20 years ago? The one who is always active at night?
That reminds me of both Batman and D-Luke.
Yep, that would be her. She often would put on a black cloak and go out at night.
Okay, so exactly
I
like
never
Batman.
knew where she went or what she was doing. Until, like Navia said,
I
we
actually learned
overheard
to
the
wield a
truth
gun.
from Mr. Callis that night.
Man, look, her master put this in very... I don't know. Like, she had to have her grow up really fast.
20 years ago, huh? I still remember the guards leaving all kinds of witness reports
I mean,
about
like,
her
she had to
under
wield a
Lilette's
sword
desk.
at the age of 3. So her wielding a gun sometime before she's in her preteens is not out of the question with that one.
Ah, my apologies.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. You had nothing to do with it. And anyway, everything she did was for a good cause. Although, calling herself the Protector of Order was a bit much. Especially when she deliberately operated outside the law.
Huh? When did the Protector of Justice become the Protector of Order?
Oh, she had a bunch of code names. I heard she would just come up with a name on the spot whenever she was asked. Later on, she probably got sick of answering those questions and decided to stick to just two. The Protector of Justice and the Protector of Order.
That sounds like her, all right. I bet she forgot which of the two she'd use by the time she got back each night.
Well, she certainly sounds like a fascinating individual. With her strong sense of justice, it's no surprise her student followed in her footsteps.
It's true. I always wanted to become like her. Someone powerful, independent, and with a strong sense of conviction. But she suddenly disappeared the night I turned 10 years old.
Disappeared? What happened?
I have no idea. She didn't even leave a note. I was never able to find out where she went. That night, I was celebrating my birthday at Navia's house. But Master never came to pick me up. When I returned home on my own, it was to an empty house. When she still didn't appear after a few days, I went to Mr. Callus's house to ask about her whereabouts. But he only shook his head.
Papa probably didn't know either. I know he sent a few people to investigate the matter in secret, but they never found any credible leads.
Don't worry, I understand. To be perfectly honest, given Master's personality and way of doing things, it all made a lot of sense. If I had to guess, I'd say she probably used it as an opportunity to force me to become independent. Just like how, when a litter of kittens reaches a certain age, the mother willingly leaves them behind.
Were you upset, Clorinde?
I was at first, but not anymore. I don't believe Master would suddenly disappear for no reason. There must have been something she just had to do.
Well, despite everything, you still managed to follow in her footsteps and become the greatest champion duelist in all of Fontaine. You're practically a living symbol of law and justice.
I suspect my position would be far too by the books for her. Master always did whatever she pleased. But you're right. I suppose I do take after her in some ways.
Who knew Clorinde had such an interesting past? I
Winning is
never had the
fine.
chance to ask her about it before.
Yeah, there's a reason why she calls herself father. Like, you would have to do all the Kino stories to know.
I wonder if Clorinde's master were the champion duelist back then. Would that duel against Mr. Callus have gone differently? Oh no. Judging by the atmosphere, Clorinde and Navia are probably thinking something similar. The mood just got super awkward all of a sudden.
Well, anyway. Would you look at the time? It's getting dark, so we should probably call it a day for real this time. If we keep talking like this, we really will be here all night.
I had a great time today, Miss Clorinde. Thank you for being our GM.
Anytime.
The script was good, but I've got to say, your childhood stories were even better. Hey, you should tell us more about that fight against the Geo-Bishop sometime. Maybe your master was onto something.
You could be right.
What does she mean, onto something? I certainly don't know any 5-year-olds who want to fight a bishop in their spare time. Guess I'll head back as well. I need to save my energy if I want to continue enjoying the story tomorrow.
You're that excited to hear about my fight with the bishop?
I was talking about the script.
Okay. So, as promised, from I think a different comment from earlier, I am going to try to pull for Furina. As Furina. So I'm going to do the test run and see how that goes. It would be pretty weird if I actually did get her doing this. Oh yeah, the Sage Wings chapter 2. That'll be done some other time. Forgot she was there. Okay, so let me try out Sage Wing first. I want to see how she operates. Because my understanding, like, she is a bow character, so I want to see her combinations and what she buffs. So, again, for Siege Win, I might have to test run her twice if I don't get everything right. Straight throwing pills at people, huh? Oh, she has a lot of health, Jesus Christ.
Getting here. Pair.
Body and mind. Witness the power of by ruin.
Wibbly wobbly.
Yeah, something told me that she was gonna... Oh, it's just trapped in there, I guess.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
I accidentally sprinted. Okay, so sprinting cancels the burst then. Okay. She doesn't do a lot of damage.
Let's blow bubbles.
All the bubbles damage.
Now I'm mad.
Midnight Fen.
Ring cutter.
Wibbly wobbly. I swear it's for medical research.
Dead reckoning. Frost is coming. Getting here. Frost is coming.
Midnight fantastic. Floaty floaty. Odds reveal. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Let's float.
She's a really weird character. Right, what'd I miss? The previous leader of the house had done close pyramids. Pretty much around that park, yeah. You're...
Shower me with praise.
I'm going in.
Let the world collide. You're toast.
Strike a pose.
Teamwork is true.
Let my name echo in song.
Come on out.
Ah.
Eat this. Nice and spicy.
Shower me with praise.
Let the world.
Okay, so I can't wish in here. For a second I thought I could. Alright, so I guess I'll probably have to do it during the story to see if I'm her again. Alright, now I gotta play as Gaming and Rosaria for weird reasons. Because for some reason this game is allergic to Kaveh and freaking, what's the day, Kirara. Like, they haven't been on a banner for quite some time now. Especially Kaveh. I assumed he was going to be in there without Hatham. But that's what I get for assuming.
Not now.
Surprise. Over here. Let's light it up. I'm going in! Be amazed!
My guiding stars. Cold. Mine to command.
Mighty mythical beast! Sorry, pal.
Step on up! Cue the spotlight!
Don't be scared. The night is cold.
Teamwork is trick!
Up to it, Mata!
Who's got me story-wise? He's a Lewa character. Like, I'm trying to find a way to describe him. Again, sometimes to know more about a character, you would need to have a character's friendship up to a particular level to where they actually talk about them more in detail to tell you what they've pretty much gone through. So I would suggest if you have a couple of Lewa characters, you probably have to go to them. Because me personally, I don't know a lot about his story. I do know about it through, I do know a little bit about it through an event.
Everybody step! Judgment! Punishment!
From whence you came!
Going in!
Swift and merciful! Spirit blade!
Lights out.
Boba, get them! You're toast!
Not beating this team. It's a real good dream you had. Let me exit the stage real quick. I'll do it this way. It's like I could go to Mondstadt and do it like I normally do. But that place doesn't garnish me much luck. But I'll try it anyway. So, even though I don't normally do this, I will do 3 single summons. Again, I'll get the wishes back and everything through this event, which will likely give me 420 gems. There will be Spiral Abyss. That will be an additional 100. There's a 5 wishes from the beginning of the month, of next month. Is there really not a way to... Jesus Christ, hold on. You know what, no, it'll be a waste of teleporter. Just, all you do is just... Alright. Alright, we'll do like this. Because normally when I wish, I'm usually on top of the Mondstadt statue. So I'll do that 3 times. After those 3, then it's gonna be back to the story. I have Rosaria, I have a decent crowd character. Is she a decent crowd character or is Kaya better? For me, as I said before, Kaya is, or was, good for building bridges and keeping people frozen longer, because that's his whole thing. His freezing lasts longer. But the thing is like if you have characters who can do ice repeatedly, then you don't really need something like that. So me personally, I would have someone now like Risley who could literally create his own bridges through punching, rendering Kaya obsolete when it comes to that. Same thing with Inazuma, it renders him useless because there's boats. And you could literally use said boat and travel all the way to Mondstadt with it. So you can literally, I think if you just park it somewhere, you can kind of just travel around, you can go to particular islands and so on and so forth with it. So I gotta go to no, it's got a wish. Alright, 3 times. again, single summons is not my usual thing. I'll update the phone afterwards. No, we're doing it again. Oh. No, not history. How dare to why I did it 4 times. Okay. So for now I have 18 more to go. 2 10 summons to go. I'm gonna have to work real hard for this one. So how much longer do I have for Spiral Abyss? 20 days. Wait, 20 days, 20 hours, right? 20 days, 9 hours. So I would have, I think, an additional, what, like 11 hours, I think. Like on this one. So I would have to, within that small time frame, get the rest of the gems. If I don't get it, of course. Because I have to get the 100 from here, and then I have to wait for it to reset. Get the 800, because yes, they did increase the cap. It's no longer 600, you get 800. So your next 10 push should be a 5-star, theoretically. Theoretically, yes. But we will see. Because I guess if it does, because here's the thing. Okay, first of all, why am I here? If I do a 10 summon and it's purple, then the next 10 summon will be gold. But within these 2 10 summons, like, gold is gonna happen. Like I said, I don't know who's gonna be. I'm hoping it's Furina. I've been wanting to get her since she first came out. But as I said, constellations came up for Jean, while simultaneously it's like I couldn't keep enough Primo Gems. What the heck just attacked me? Oh, hold on, you gotta die, hold on. I was trying to deal with this guy, but no, you're gonna die today.
There is no escape. Water jet.
I could have killed him quicker. Okay.
Let's go meet up with the group. Paimon's really looking forward to today's story.
Oh, but I'm not walking there, trust me. Know how long that is? Okay. And let me check something. Okay, so 50. So 1, 2. Okay, so this looks to be 400 gems. I'm guessing you get a little bit more as it progresses because it's usually 420 that you get. That's why I got Jean for this team, because of her constellations. If it wasn't for it, I would literally have someone else. But she does do a lot of damage. Let me see if I can actually get it off. Oh, see.
Overruled. I swear by my sword.
Go and splash!
I'm pretty sure my luck left me after Clorinde. My luck left me after who? Like I always say my luck like. Hold on. I gotta see just when. No, I think it was a Yato. It was either a Yato or Kazuya. It was either one of the two. That's when my luck ran away from me. That's when I lost just about every 50-50. The characters like Chi-Chi. And here's the thing. A lot of people meme about Chi-Chi, but me personally, I don't dislike her. She does what she's supposed to do. And she's very good at it. Sometimes people look at characters and say, "Oh, you're supposed to be doing X amount of you're supposed to be doing X amount of damage to be a good character." Like that's why they try to judge Dea that way. Dea isn't supposed to be just straight DPS. She's also a damage mitigator. And on top of that, she's self-heal, so she can rarely ever get killed. Like I've seen videos where ads who will literally.
Now, before we begin, why don't we finish where we left off yesterday? There was an important decision to be made. Yes. I'll pour everyone a cup of tea.
Yeah, people say that Dea or something like that is a bad character, but Dea is not only a character that can't die in Dragon's Farm because she self-heals, but she's the only character in this game so far that you can beat an enemy or a boss, more like it, by pressing nothing. You can have the healing bonus thing with like the bubble set. You could literally put your controller down. You can go off some other place, play some other game on some different system, or do anything, and she will beat that boss simply because of the way she's built, without pressing a button.
Is that really the most important part, though, Clorinde? Paimon's more concerned about our current surroundings. Heavy walls, cold railings, dim lights. This is obviously supposed to be a prison.
I admire the work put into the set. Still, it's obvious the scriptwriter has never paid a visit to the fortress of Meripede.
So this set is going to be a part of the script?
Unfortunately, that is something I can neither confirm nor deny.
Anyone think Clorinde's smile is starting to look kinda scary?
Well, whatever happens, we'll just have to push on. But first, we should really figure out what to do with this treasure. If we're worried about arousing suspicion because of our identity...
And the thing is, like I said earlier, even though people consider Dea to be weak or underwhelming, I pulled for her. I had a couple reasons why. One of them was because I knew for a fact I was never going to get her again. And I said that because she hasn't shown up in a standard banner since. I've only gotten her but one time in her own banner. Same thing with her weapon, because since she was a standard character right next to Tainari, you can't get their weapons normally. You have to wait for their banners to come up. And since they're standard characters, you can't get it like that. So they got the rarest weapons in the game right now. So the only way I remember that you can get it was through the Chronicle Wish, which I consider to be a scam, because they literally had that for one phase and hasn't shown up since.
Yeah, it might be better to keep a low
I legit thought that it was going to be lasting a whole version. They were going to skip one or two versions and then bring it back. So this way they can keep introducing new characters that you may not have gotten in the past that you would have liked. Because in that last banner there was characters like there was D-Luke, there was Jean, there was Eula, there was Albedo. There was a bunch of good 5-star characters, especially Eula. I wanted her weapon, but it didn't work. That's all I gotta say about it. And funny enough, when I ran it through and everything, if I had the ability to rewind time, if I had known what my luck was going to be with that, I would have never wished on the Chronicle Wish banner, because I put, I think, 42 wishes into it, meaning that I could have gotten Arlecchino much earlier. I could have potentially have gotten Furina today, if not yesterday. Dea was the first 5-star I pulled for. The first 5-star I've actually gotten in this game was D-Loop. Again, it tells you at what date you got them.
Staring at me won't get you anywhere. Or did you want some more tea?
Oh, Paimon's good. Thanks. Why aren't you saying anything, Navia? Wait, what's that next to you?
Oh, this is the short sword Clorinde mentioned last night. I found it.
Huh. I'm surprised you managed to track it down after all this time.
But yeah, I will do more stuff with Dea. It's going to be a bit time consuming because, like I said before, she doesn't do as much damage as some of the other characters. But it's still fun to play as her.
Well, I made sure to take good care of it, considering the circumstances in which you gave it to me. Of course I had to keep
Because
it safe.
again, I do have Dea, and she's actually built. It's just the fact that if I'm doing certain bosses, I have to build her a certain way. Which is why one of the bosses, it took me a very, very long time to do. Because like the video itself, I think even with PlayStation cutting it sometimes, it was over 10 minutes of the fight. I think it was like 50, it might have been like 14-15 minutes of that fight. And the thing is, it's like, again, because I had to build her as recharge, because otherwise if I messed up at one point, I would instantly die and have to restart the entire 15 minutes again. Which is why, right next to Jean, doing that particular boss was a nightmare.
Anyway, where were we?
There were, I think, there was like 4 characters that I picked during a particular weekly boss that I had a really rough time doing it with. Especially with some of the characters with the no damage runs, because the attacks are random.
Wait, we haven't been thrown into prison yet, have we?
Well, it's only a matter of time. It pays to be prepared. Just like how you should always have an umbrella on hand, even when it's sunny.
No. So that type of mentality, Navia, is the same one that Aunt May had in the Spider-Man 2 movie. And she conveniently saved herself by hanging on to like the ledge of some building with her umbrella. Which shouldn't have even happened.
Alright, Paimon's made up her mind. Let's just give the treasure away. Paimon may have wanted to keep it, but if it's going to land us in prison somehow, Paimon will be too upset to enjoy her snacks.
So, you reached an agreement? Alright then, we can continue with the story.
Oh, and we'll collect all the scattered pieces of treasure on the ground as well.
Alright. You collect the treasure and make your way back to the capital with your bag of loot in hand.
Again, like I said, I'm going to try to get this done as fast as possible. I'm not going to skip over the dialogue or anything, but I do want to try to run right through this. It would have been done much sooner, but like I said, like earlier, you know, I got busy with stuff and I was also eating. So, when this is done, like I said before, I will transition over to Breakers, play a little bit of that. I might create a different character, since this is the period of time in between, like, the trailer of Season 6 coming out versus Season 6 actually being out. I forget how much time I have, but I'll see. If I don't have enough Xenoverse Awards, I'll do that first before going to Breakers. So there'll be a brief pause.
In places where sunlight struggles to reach, you generously share your wealth with the children, the elderly, and the poor in urgent need of help.
Thank you, kind soul.
The elderly woman's look of gratitude follows you as you walk away.
Like, so
Her eyes never leave
Clorinde in
your
this particular
back
story, but
until
like
you
with her
move
voice,
entirely out of
she's
sight.
played an old lady, like
However,
3 guys and
there's
some
still
other girl.
quite a bit of Mora remaining. It appears you haven't made much progress.
And herself,
She's
pretty
probably
much.
trying to tell us to speed this up. We need to hurry up so we can address the sorcerer problem.
Should we go find that man again at the square? He seemed like a pretty responsible guy. I'm sure he knows the people here far better than us.
Oh, good idea!
Just as you start to make way to the square, intent on finding the man again, there's a voice.
Please wait, distinguished guests.
Several strange guards suddenly call out to you. They run forward to meet you and proceed to politely pay their respects.
Greetings, gentlemen. Are we being invited for afternoon tea?
Surely you jest, my lady. That would not be our place. It is His Excellency the King who requests to meet with you. Please come with us.
Yeah. RNG? Yeah, RNG. That's pretty much it. RNG sucks. No matter what game it is. Well, at least for me. Other people have had better luck.
Do you think this could be a trap?
I remember seeing this one video where this person did a 10 summon on a day of, not day, on a Ganyu banner and got Ganyu I think like 3 if not 4 times in the same 10 summon. That is literally like when I saw comments, everybody was talking about like that's where everybody's luck went, was to this one person. How he did it, I had no clue. No, the person probably begged and pleaded to like a developer or something. I don't know how he got that. If there was one character I went that many constellations for in that particular regard, it would have been freaking like Eula or something.
Well, we have to investigate the court at some point, right? Meeting the king himself would be a fantastic opportunity
Because
to do
again,
that.
Eula is one of my favorite characters to pick in this game. Unfortunately, not all of her, like her burst doesn't crit all the time, and I have to restart certain stuff. While simultaneously, I have Arlecchino and Neuvillette now, who do consistent elemental damage.
I say we go for it. If something
And
happens,
it's-
we'll
and
just
they also
turn the
both do
whole
massive
place
damage.
upside down.
That sounds a little intense.
I don't mind her voicing the side characters. I don't mind it either. I just said that she pretty much voices all of them.
After a quick discussion, you nod to the guards and agree to follow. They lead you all the way to the audience
Which is
hall
funny
of the
because
palace.
it's funny because like I said, this is not how I was expecting her story to actually go. I thought that there was gonna be some sort of problem, and she would have to show off her skills as like a champion duelist. But we're just role playing.
Gilded tables line both sides of the hall. The space itself is adorned with all manner of expensive antiques, glass shelves, and silver candlesticks. The items appear quite ordinary in size and dimension, yet their presence somehow makes the emptiness of the hall feel even more surreal and ominous.
Wow, it's so luxurious.
The elderly king, clad in a magnificent robe, sits upon the deep crimson throne before you. He wears above his head a majestic crown, with a gemstone the size of a bird's egg set right at the very front. As you observe it, you see a complex pattern of light reflect off its surface.
They're here, Your Majesty.
A man dressed in dark clothes, likely a minister, shields his mouth with his hands and bends down to whisper a few words to the king. After a moment, he lowers his hands and stands back up. His gaze shifts to fixate on your group, but he does not move from his place at the king's side.
Stu better be a villain. I have a particular reason why I say that.
The king does not appear entirely aware of his surroundings. The man by his side, though. We should keep a close eye on him.
The fact that Fury is saying this gives me all the reason to believe that this mustache dude is probably the sorcerer that is pretty much just hiding amongst the city. And the thing is, like I said before, like that's pretty much how I can recognize a villain in this game, is if they usually have a mustache. And I've been right, I think 95% of the time.
The king remains still and says nothing.
Yeah, I noticed
The
that
minister
traveler
is the one
face.
who speaks.
Esteemed guests, allow me to thank you for coming to our faraway kingdom. Unfortunately, His Majesty the King finds himself quite exhausted from work. So please allow me, his Prime Minister, to welcome you in his stead. I've heard tell that your group, the Marechaussee Hunters, used your exceptional ability with the sword to repel the monsters near the capital. Such a great deed deserves to be rewarded. However, seeing that I was not fortunate enough to observe such a feat with my own eyes, you'll forgive me for seeking to verify the truth by speaking to you myself.
Well, we've got nothing to hide. You brought us here to talk, right? So we'll just explain what happened. The golem's blades were so powerful, they could cut down trees in a single swipe. It took a lot of effort to defeat them, even for trained swordsmen like us. Well, that was enough details, right? Believe us now?
Your account does indeed match those of the survivors. Since you were the ones who defeated the monsters, that must mean you are also in possession of the treasure they stole?
Well, we did take the treasure, but...
How did he know about the treasure?
Then I must ask that you return it at once. It belongs to the kingdom.
Wait, but didn't you just say that our great deed deserved a reward? Shouldn't the treasure be considered a part of that?
Don't worry, we're getting a different, probably more violent reward.
Yes, that was indeed what I said. But you seem to have forgotten a very important distinction. Only that which is freely given by the king can be considered a reward. Taking the rightful wealth of a kingdom without said permission, on the other hand, is a crime.
But that's completely unreasonable.
Yeah, that makes no sense! If it weren't for us, the treasure would still be buried underground somewhere!
Maybe so, yet the fact remains. You tried to dispose of the treasure without reporting it to the court and without receiving permission, yes? What, no answer? Surely you're not insinuating that you, a group of legendary Marechaussee hunters, sought to take the treasure for yourselves?
Well, what about the king? Is he just gonna let this guy talk for him the whole time?
Clad in his magnificent robe, the king remains seated, with his hands resting on either side of the throne. His posture is rigid and unmoving. He stares forward with an empty look in his eyes, completely unmoved by the events before him.
From the look of things, could the Prime Minister be the evil sorcerer? Or could both the king and the Prime Minister have fallen under the evil sorcerer's control?
I would like to observe the number of guards stationed in the hall.
The guards in the palace appear fully armed, their expressions solemn. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, they stand at the ready, each with a hand placed upon the hilt of their sword, as if prepared to draw their weapons and surround you at a moment's notice.
Well, there goes my plan to turn the whole place upside down, I guess.
It appears we've been visited by nothing more than a group of ill-intentioned imposters. What a pity. Guards, take them away and throw them in the dungeons. Before I decide your fate, however, I must first determine whether you have any accomplices outside the court.
Can't we try to slip away? Or maybe start some kind of riot?
But if we try to fight the guards right now...
Don't worry. At least we figured out who's behind all this. Let's just play it by ear. If you're scared, Paimon, just hold my hand.
Thanks, you guys.
You allow yourself to be led away by guards surrounding you on both sides. It's only when you begin to feel drops of water falling from the dungeon ceiling and smell the stench of death and decay all around you that you finally realize you've stepped into a completely different world.
Stay here, and don't try anything funny.
The guards lock the cell door and leave without looking back.
Wait, sir!
Your voice echoes through the dark hall, but the only response you receive is the sound of water dripping from the ceiling.
No! What should we do now?
Carve out a new path of fate with our own two hands, of course. I draw my weapon.
You reach toward your waist, but find nothing there. You now recall that your weapons were confiscated before the guards locked you in the cell. The bag of treasure along with them.
What about that knife I hid in my boot?
When did you hide it in there?
When I was thinking about digging a tunnel.
Rejected. You failed to inform the GM of this course of action. Moreover, the guards would have conducted a thorough search before throwing you in prison.
And the keys to the cell aren't anywhere to be seen?
Correct. You don't even feel a lock hole on the cell door.
Oh, well, there goes all our plans.
Indeed.
Huh? Why are you the one saying indeed?
Because that statement holds true for me as well. This is where the script ends.
What? But that's a terrible ending!
Generally speaking, this should be the point where the scriptwriter gives the players some kind of hint, or gives the GM some kind of code for how to move forward.
I mean, maybe they just really wanted us to be immersed in the feeling of being in prison? Like, they'll only show us the way out once we've grown truly and utterly desperate?
That is a possibility.
If only there were desserts and tea in real prison.
No.
Oh, wait, guess it's kind of how the Fortress of Meripede works if you're lucky.
Oh, before I forget, Navia, the short sword you had with you earlier, I took a closer look, and the craftsmanship doesn't appear to resemble anything from this era. If I remember correctly, that style was last in vogue several hundred years ago.
Wait, Clorinde said that sword used to belong to her master, right? Does that mean her master has been alive that long?
I doubt it. The way she went about things often made her seem childish more than anything. I'd say the sword was most likely an heirloom passed down over time.
Hang on. A precious heirloom passed down to you by your master. And you gave it to me just like that? You weren't worried I might lose it?
Master left many things to me when she disappeared. There was the sword, an old key, and a good amount of junk she probably just didn't want to take with her. I gave you the sword back then, because I didn't want our friendship to end.
Wait, when did this happen exactly?
After the duel. Between Mr. Callis and myself.
Before that, Clorinde would have meals with us and even stay over at the Spina some days. She was on great terms with Papa as well. After the duel, though, there was a period of time where we simply didn't know how to face each other. She entrusted this sword to me, and never came back. We were both sad, and conflicted, and totally overthinking everything as a result. Whenever I looked at this sword, I couldn't help but wonder if Miss Petronia had never introduced us to each other at that picnic. Maybe part of the sadness I was feeling could have been avoided. Back then, it felt like I hadn't just lost a father, but a close friend as well.
No one can change the past. The most important thing is that you two found your way back to each other and can enjoy things like this together.
Yep, you're right.
I'm sorry, you two. I didn't mean to bring up any sad memories.
Think nothing of it. No one here is at fault.
Huh? Oh, looks like the next part of our script is here.
Perfect timing. The situation was really starting to get desperate. And not just because of the prison thing.
From Clorinde's face, I really can't tell if it's good news or bad news.
Water continues to drip from the ceiling. In this lightless dungeon, you lack a reliable way to tell how much time has passed. Eventually, you get used to the unpleasant odor of straw, mold, and rust, and find yourselves alternating between fits of drowsiness and despair. Suddenly, you hear footsteps outside the door.
Heads up, everyone. Someone's coming.
Gather close, everyone, and keep your voice down.
Who are you?
I work as a guard in these dungeons, but my true identity is the same as your own. I'm also a Marashose hunter.
Huh?
Shh. I've already sent away the other guards, but if we make too much noise...
I understand, but how can we be sure we can trust you?
The king has issued a formal decree. In light of the irrefutable proof of your crime, you're to be executed before tomorrow's sunrise. If you want to escape, it has to be now.
Executed? We barely did anything!
Monsters appearing at the same location as the treasure. Could this entire thing have been a trap?
There will be time for speculation once we're out of here. As for my identity, I have no way to prove that to you just yet. Infiltrating the capital was difficult, and finding a chance to speak with you has taken a lot out of me. I could go on, but I think we can all agree that now is not the time for details.
Have you seen our weapons anywhere, sir?
Don't worry, I brought them with me. They're just behind the door. Still, these weapons alone won't be enough to defeat the true enemy behind the scenes. His faction is too powerful. The guards are all under his control, and he's even stationed a number of golems in various rooms throughout the palace. To defeat him, you must find a secret vault. It is said that within that vault, the Marashose hunters of the past left behind a treasure with the power to defeat the sorcerer.
You're not coming with us?
No, I'll remain in the dungeons to deal with the guards. I'll try my best to distract them so they don't go after you. As long as my identity is not revealed, I'll be able to aid you when the final battle comes.
In that case, please stay safe.
Thank you for your concern. I will do my utmost. As for the location of the vault, here, this map should lead you there.
Got it.
All right, once I open the door, remember to stick close and refrain from making any noise. I'll lead you out of here as quickly as possible. You now have the chance to restore the honor and legacy of the Marashose hunters. So please, get out there and reclaim what's ours. And be sure to exercise caution.
With the help of the guard, you successfully escape the dungeons. Your sense of despair and anxiety both seem to fade as you continue your quest.
You know, I just realized that that was the only NPC in the story that wasn't voiced by Clorinde. You think it's real? Oh, well, we'll see.
Wait, we didn't get to use our skills at all while we were in prison. Who knows when we're gonna get the chance to use that cool summon spell?
That is a pity, but we can only continue to move forward.
This should be the place marked on the map.
This bit of rock certainly looks suspicious.
Well, I'd say an investigation's in order then. Plus, if all else fails, we can just blow it up.
Wow, you really meant that.
Before you lies a serene stretch of open water, its surface shimmering a brilliant shade of sapphire blue.
Well, guess this means it's time for a swim.
Yeah, but it was just hidden behind text pretty much. Again, they would have to use the animation that's already in the game in order to do stuff like this. Because usually for story quests, they recycle certain animations.
Oh, what's the matter?
I feel like they probably didn't have
It's
one
nothing.
necessary. I mean, yeah, they could have had an explosion type simulation, but they just didn't do that.
As you step into the cave, you find yourself in an eerily quiet space. Before you lies a narrow passageway that appears to trail off endlessly into the distance.
Wow, this must be where the treasure is hidden.
But this door is blocking our way in. Huh. It almost looks like it's been here for quite some time. I've got to hand it to the tabletop troupe. They really went all out with the props.
Huh. What have we got down here? A kind of mechanism connected to the door? Ah, it looks like we might have to arrange it into a certain pattern.
A pattern on a stone door. That's something Master mentioned before.
Is something wrong, Clorinde?
After a long, difficult journey, you finally arrive at the location indicated by your map. It appears to be an ancient site of some sort, where treasure likely awaits. Your surroundings are exceedingly quiet and serene, as if the secret that slumbers here has never once been disturbed. If you listen closely, you can almost convince yourself you can hear the sound of its calm, gentle breathing.
That description makes Paimon feel kinda bad for disturbing this place.
We're doing this for the sake of the people, to free them from the evil sorcerer. I say it's time for this treasure to once again see the light of day.
Linny's right. We need to keep going. The future of the kingdom depends on it. The next part of the story requires us to solve the puzzle, right? Let's start exploring the area.
Yes, that should be fine. Something feels off about all this. Guess I'll just have to improvise.
I mean, I think I know what it is. It's just these freaking like these water droplets.
I found something.
Okay.
Found something here, too.
Same here.
Let's see here. Yeah, like it seems like from here, like everything seems to be real, which is why Clorinde says she's gonna have to improvise a little bit. Oh, that was the last water droplet. I was just doing that earlier. Oh, it does right here.
It worked.
Something just appeared. Some kind of new mechanism, maybe?
By solving the puzzles, you prove yourselves worthy of inheriting the secrets of the past. At the end of each puzzle, you're rewarded with
With?
a key.
This is that broken rusty key that she was talking about.
Oh, must be the key to the big door.
Huh? This is one of the Marechaussee Hunter keys that are passed down from generation to generation. It looks just like the one Master passed down to me. It is said that 4 keys in total are required to form the final, complete key. And it seems like we just collected 3 of them. That must mean... Huh? What's wrong? You hear a few strange noises. Suddenly, all the torches in the ruin go out at once.
Huh? What's going on? Did we fall into another trap?
For the sake of immersion, please close your eyes, everyone. Without the torches, the space is now completely dark, and you cannot see anything.
But Paimon can still see a little bit over here.
Because your eyes are open, Paimon.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Suddenly, you hear the sound of footsteps pierce through
That's
the
like
darkness.
freaking Clorinde gave you but one job, so close your eyes.
There's someone else here. Oh, this is so unsettling. I can't see anything.
I've been discovered then.
Wait, that voice, it's...
You recognize the voice as belonging to the guard who led you to this place. It appears he now covets the treasure for himself, and has come to stake his claim.
Oh, so this is just part of the script. Then I can probably relax. Well, if we can't see anything, that means we can't fight to the fullest of our abilities. Should we retreat for now?
Judging by the way he's holding his sword, he must be a real Marechaussee Hunter. But this isn't part of the script.
Retreat? That's not the Hunter way. If it's dark for us, then it's dark for him. We choose to fight.
Your choice is noted. Please keep your eyes closed until I tell you the torches have been relit. This battle will be in the dark.
You got it.
Well then, let us begin.
You know if I'm alright, it's like a, yep, but you better get behind whipped.
Into the shadows.
I'd like to try to hit him with my sword.
Your strike is successful.
Ha! You're facing a veteran Marechaussee Hunter.
Is he still standing? Couldn't...
Oh no, he's dead. He's not standing at all.
Is it over? Can we open our eyes now?
The enemy is strong and relentless, but the battle is nearing its end. The torches have not been relit.
What about now?
Final strike. Ha!
Well, did we get him? Clorinde?
Warm fire flickers across the walls once more. Your vision is now clear. In an impressive display of courage, the 4 of you successfully defeat the uninvited guest. That look in his eyes. It's like he became an entirely different person as soon as I defeated him.
Huh? Mr. Florian? Oh, wait. We're supposed to be role-playing. I should stay in character. Speak your name, guard. Why did you lead us here just to betray us? Is this treasure really more important to you than bringing peace to the kingdom?
What kingdom? What peace? Those were nothing but lies. I, Florian, am a true Marechaussee Hunter, descended from hunters of ages past.
So he's also using his real name. Or, wait, was that the name of his character from the very beginning?
Then I'm even more confused. If you truly are a Marechaussee Hunter, Shouldn't you want to help us, just like you said before? Shouldn't we fight together for the sake of the people?
What do you know? In this day and age, there's no glory to be had as a Marashose hunter.
What's that supposed to mean?
My skills were passed down to me by my father. We lived a life of obscurity in the remote wilderness. Still, he devoted everything he had to being a Marashose hunter. And what did he get in return? A life of poverty and pain. And a world that forgot all about him. When he died, not a single person came to mourn his passing. The Marashose hunters were the ones who saved this city. We're heroes. We deserved more recognition and respect than this.
Is he talking about how no one in the capital seems to remember the hunters and their legacy? I didn't expect the script to contain this level of social criticism.
Because I hate the script, though.
So that's why you want to take the treasure for yourself? You feel like you're owed fame and wealth?
If you already knew where the treasure was located, why didn't you just come down here and take it?
Because I still needed the final key.
Only a true Marashose hunter is capable of passing through this final door. As someone who sought to hurt others for his own gain, Florian lost that right long ago.
Okay, but what is this treasure anyway? We've got all the keys, right? So can we just go in and take a look?
You're sure you want to go in?
We've been talking about it for so long. Of course we want to see what's inside.
And we've already defeated Florian, right? So he won't try to take it from us anymore.
Pesky brats.
Watch yourself.
Then let's open the door together.
All right. Your choice of action is confirmed. Before you, the door to the treasure, sealed and undisturbed for more than 100 years, finally swings open. You hear the shrill wail of the door hinge as it rotates for the first time after years of disuse. Almost like a sleeping giant letting out an extended yawn. You get the impression that the secrets buried behind this door might be just as heavy as the sound you just heard.
It's open! Come on, let's go in! Paimon wants to see what's inside!
Ooh, me too!
That is awkward.
Uncovering hidden treasure is the most exciting part of adventuring. What do we have here? Uh-huh.
A stone tablet? And some shabby weapons?
You call this a treasure vault? Looks more like an abandoned warehouse.
Maybe the troop ran out of budget at the end?
They provided a super immersive experience at the beginning only to drop the ball at the most important part. They could have at least filled this place with cardboard Mora or something.
Wait, I get it now. Paimon, this is the real Marashose hunter treasure.
Huh?
This is it? The Marashose hunter treasure is just a stone slab and some broken swords? I can't believe it. I refuse to believe it!
Well, believe it, buddy.
Whoa, are you okay?
The Marashose hunter before you appears to suffer a serious mental breakdown. He needs to leave the room for a moment to collect himself. One of you seems to understand the significance of treasure already. If the rest of you wish to follow suit, you may remain here in the meantime and explore your surroundings.
No, not talk to Lenny. There we go. Need these when I'm I kind of need these guys for when I'm making myself some of the condensed resin. Wait a minute. Hand. Okay, so she. Okay, so that's what's on the hand. Okay, so she could find Fontaine stuff. So basically, she takes Lenny's job, giving me more reason not to pull for him.
So, how are you doing? Feeling any better?
What just happened?
Do you remember how you got here? Or what happened to your body just now?
I remember now. I brought you here because I wanted to... The explosives in the cave!
You mean these?
Huh? How did you...
I could tell something was off the moment I stepped into this cave, so I kept an eye out. I've already dismantled the whole thing.
So the strongest champion duelist in all of Fontaine saved the day once again. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. It would seem your skills as a Marechaussee hunter are as sharp as ever.
I deserve some answers, don't you think? Tell me why you wanted to lure me here. Everything you said earlier sounded like the truth. Luckily, your monologue was dramatic enough to convince my friends you were just role-playing.
I don't know. I just always felt like there was something in my heart that didn't belong to me. Something agitated and angry. Who knows? Maybe it was my own anger all along. I could never really tell. The feelings about my father and the other Marechaussee hunters are real. It just wasn't fair. I was angry, bitter that no one remembered them or praised their accomplishments. I don't know when it started, but at some point, my anger came to completely consume me. At that point, I remembered the legend my father used to tell me. The one about the treasure.
But if the treasure was all you cared about, why plant all those explosives? Wouldn't they just destroy the treasure and bury you along with it?
I can't remember. My head is a mess. It felt like there was this voice telling me to eliminate the hunters, but now it's gone.
From your description, I suspect you were dealing with a Devorator.
Devorator?
Oh, your master, your father, I mean, never talked about it? It was a kind of monster that was active several centuries ago.
No, I've heard of it. I'm just not sure why you suddenly... Wait, it can't be. The seal!
The seal?
My family has served as Marechaussee hunters for many generations. But the title and swordsmanship weren't the only things passed down over our line. There was a seal as well. My father instructed me to always watch over that seal and maintain it regularly. He said it had been passed down over a truly ancient age, and protecting it was our clan's most important duty. But I neglected that duty after he died. I finally decided to come down and check on it one day, and that's where my memories become fuzzy.
The Devorator would be a formidable adversary for any mortal being, even ones as capable as the Hunters. If you lacked the power to completely destroy it, you could easily fall prey to its influence and corruption. In light of this, some Marechaussee hunters chose to seal the Devorator away, in the hopes that a permanent solution would come with the passage of time.
I heard it has the power to amplify the obsessions and desires in people's hearts, to the point where they overtake you entirely. It would seem I'm not just lacking in skill with a blade, but in mental fortitude as well.
And yet, you were able to retrieve 3 of the 4 keys. If I remember correctly, each was entrusted to a respected and capable hunter. How did you manage it?
One of them belonged to my father. The second I stole from a different hunter. And the third... was one that I snatched while the person was on the way home from the tavern. I nearly died in that alley. I know just how strong you are. It's as clear as day to everyone in Fontaine. I observed you from dusk to dawn, but could never find any opportunity to sneak up on you. I never even saw you drink a single glass of liquor. The only way I could think to obtain that last key was to lure you here using your hobby, and then... Oh, I get it now. That monster, it wanted to bury you here alongside the treasure.
I won't comment on anything else, but the script was good.
Well, I did pour my heart and soul into it. The stories my father used to tell me about the glory of the heroic Marachose hunters and how they came to be forgotten.
It's more than just a story.
Huh?
You're proud to be a hunter. You're still holding onto that part of yourself, no matter how small.
I have done so many despicable things. I have nothing to be proud of.
Then explain the purpose of the evil sorcerer in your story.
Huh?
Isn't he the true antagonist? The one who sought nothing but his own gain, and used the people as pawns to attain it? In your heart of hearts, he was the one you truly wanted to defeat.
But I've already tainted my sword. I no longer have any right to...
Wake up, Florian. Remember how you introduced yourself earlier. Do you really think the hunters acted out of a desire for honor and glory? Or to be loved and acknowledged by the people? What did your father teach you about our order? You do not wield your sword for yourself, but to protect those you serve. There's nothing special about a blade. It's the intentions of the wielder that matter above all else. Do you still not understand? Even after seeing the treasure for yourself? The contents of that room, they represent the true legacy the hunters left behind.
You're right. I am a Marachose hunter. It's time for me to redeem, no, to finally serve the people I vowed to protect all along.
I wouldn't be so quick to push aside the need for redemption.
I know. That's a charge I won't bother to defend myself against.
Good. Then, come with me. And help me see the script through to the end.
Huh? See the script through to the end? But there's no more script left.
Never finished it, huh?
No, I mean, I wrote the script with the sole purpose of luring you all here. There was no reason to write beyond this point.
Then we'll just have to keep writing it. The evil sorcerer still needs to be defeated.
You mean the Devorator? Are you saying I have to make up the rest of the script as we go along?
Is that really so hard? You've already written most of it. Surely you can write an ending where the hunters win and justice prevails. I'll be there to help you too.
You aren't afraid your party will fall into danger?
I know what my friends are capable of, and they're all quite skilled. Besides, I need their help.
Then, are you going to tell them the truth about all this?
I don't intend to spoil the fun. Sometimes, protecting dreams and fantasies is more important than exposing the truth. Don't you think?
I love my character. Same here.
Loaded.
They're back!
That took a while.
Some crystal fighters flying behind them. Like, no one collect them after this.
Ahem! My fellow Marachose hunters, please forgive me, for I have sinned.
Tone it down.
Sorry. After crossing swords with you and witnessing your courage in battle, I've rediscovered my true self and regained my pride as a Marachose hunter.
Oh, do I smell a redemption arc?
I confess, I was brainwashed by the evil sorcerer. He asked me to lure you here so he could bury you in this cave.
That little... Wait, you're saying all of that wasn't you, but the evil sorcerer?
That's right. He's adept at manipulating the hearts and minds of the people. I fell under his influence because I did not possess a strong enough sense of will.
Huh. And how are you going to prove that you're a changed man? We're not going to fall for the same trap twice.
To be perfectly honest, I only came to my senses after seeing the treasure. It reminded me of my father's past teachings. The treasure was actually...
The names of all the Marechaussee hunters from ages past and their weapons?
Wait, you already know?
Of course. Don't underestimate a veteran role player's exploration skills. Oh, wait, I mean, Marechaussee hunter Navia's exploration skills.
We just finished reading through the content of the stone tablet.
That tablet recorded the lives of some fascinating people. For example, this Marechaussee hunter called Est. She inherited the responsibilities of the Golden Hunter and passed judgment on many people. But in private, she had a very easygoing personality. Her favorite pastime was singing and dancing with her friends, and she was said to have a beautiful voice.
So, she was just like you.
Oh, you really think so?
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I also have a few things in common with this Walter. Working as an executioner, he supposedly used a countless number of tricks to confound his enemies in battle. Oh, if only I could have seen the feats of magic he pulled off back then.
Their lives were all so exciting. You could write so many cool books about their accomplishments. How could they have all been forgotten?
Because they chose to be. To hunt monsters that only appear in the shadows, you must also operate in the dark. To be a Marechaussee hunter is to willingly give up on wealth and fame.
Then this stone tablet must have been left behind by their companions.
That's right. Few Marechaussee hunters ever revealed their identity to the public. They always protected the city from the shadows. The only time they spoke of their accomplishments would be at night, when they gathered with their fellow hunters in front of the bonfire to share stories of the monsters slain by their hand.
So, this tablet was created not so that the hunters would be remembered by the people, but so that they would be remembered by each other.
No wonder this place was so well hidden.
You regard the stone tablet in solemn silence. The names of your comrades etched onto its surface serve as a reminder that you are never truly alone. The tablet proves that, although a hunter walks a shrouded path, it is not a solitary one. There will always be those who walk beside you, a fact that remains as true today as in ages long past. Their legacies shall continue to be passed down from generation to generation, as everlasting as the stone onto which their names are carved.
Father, you once told me that I should seek out the treasure if I ever became lost. So this is what you wanted me to find. Thank you, my friend. You are very kind. I implore you, everyone, please give me a chance to make up for all I've done. Allow me to fight alongside you and defeat the evil sorcerer that threatens the peace and prosperity of everyone in this kingdom.
Well, I say we let you join.
Sounds good to me too. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is what you do to make up for them.
I have no objections, but... Mr. Florian, do you even know how to defeat the evil sorcerer?
When he took over my mind, I gained some insight into his thoughts. Every time I thought of the treasure, he reacted with a strong sense of fear.
Huh? He's afraid of the treasure? But there's nothing here except some broken weapons in the stone tablet.
What if the secret's hidden inside these weapons? GM, permission to investigate.
At first glance, the weapons appear absolutely ordinary. But as you observe them, you notice a faint energy emanating from within. These blades have slain countless monsters. Though it's been a long time since they were used in battle, their edges remain sharp, as if they're simply waiting for the next worthy hunter to carry on their legacy.
So basically take these with us, right?
I'll take this weapon, since it used to belong to Est. Maybe it'll find comfort in being held by someone who appreciates the arts.
Man, if the child fits with Doughblade, I'm gonna know something's up.
Ah, good idea. I'll take Mr. Walter's bow then. From one archer magician to another.
Traveler fingers crossed. Different weapon.
Paimon's gonna pick a cool weapon too!
Don't you do it. You better be no Doughblade, don't you do it.
As you grip your weapons, you can almost feel the will of past hunters coursing through your being. It's a feeling of courage, determination. A silent vow passed down from generation to generation that says, eradicate the monsters, no matter the cost.
Mr. Florian, do you know where to find the evil sorcerer?
I was able to see his surroundings when our minds were connected. I believe he's currently hiding out at the church in the kingdom. We must be extremely careful. He's spent so long living among monsters that he's now taken the form of one. He will not be easily defeated.
Then why don't we explore some more and try to find some higher level gear? We don't want to just fight him and lose, right?
Oh, no, we have to strike now. He was greatly weakened when I managed to break out of his control. If we let him rest, he might have time to escape.
I agree with Mr. Florian. We've got to act while we have the advantage. Don't forget, the people of the capital are counting on us.
Yeah, now that we've got a plan, there's no point in waiting. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for everybody.
Yes, that's what's called... Yes, that's exactly right.
Alright, you've persuaded Paimon.
Mr. Florian, please, lead the way.
Of course. Follow me.
He had to set up so many scenes today, and now he has to join in for this last part. I really don't envy his job.
Finally, you decide to slay the evil sorcerer and bring peace back to the kingdom once and for all. As you walk away, you feel the gaze of the stone tablet at your back,
Picked up?
as if all the hunters of the past are wishing you success in the battle ahead and awaiting your triumphant return.
No, I'm gonna go through my inventory and see a level 90 Doughblade. You probably forgot about you, didn't you, freaking Christopher? You get flying around the whole cutscene. This has bothered me the whole time, freaking crystal fly.
Finally, you arrive at the church Florian described. As you approach, an ominous aura surrounds you. You get the sense that your enemy is close at hand.
How strange. This uneasy feeling seems so real. How did they manage that?
Now, it is time for the final battle.
Let's go.
Florian, wait.
What's wrong?
I think you should wait outside. You've already been corrupted by the Devorator once. It could easily re-enter your mind and take control of your body. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be this close. If it corrupts you again, it's possible you might take on a new form entirely.
That's exactly why I have to go. Why I should be at the very front.
You mean...
Yes. I intend to lure it into my body.
That's too risky. If things get out of hand, I might have to kill you. Do you understand how dangerous this is?
I understand, but if I do this, you'll have a clear and visible target. The Devorator will have a hard time passing up a chance to enter a body it knows how to control. You won't have to worry about any of your friends being taken over. You're not like me, Miss Clorinde. You're a just and powerful Marechaussee hunter. The monster broke free due to my error. It's only right that I shoulder the responsibility for its destruction. This is... something that I have to do. Consider it a duel to restore my honor. My only request is that you give it your all.
I understand. Then, as a champion duelist, I hereby accept your request for a duel, and extend to you my most sincere regards.
Thank you.
The battle is now upon us. Let the Devorator once again tremble under the blade of the Marechaussee hunters.
I'm gonna see him again. It's looking that way. You know what? If I have to choose her again, then let me test out her actual damage and take out Raiden Shogun for this.
Time to broaden the horizons again.
Again, like, this is Amy I gotta fight, and and I picked Clorinde again. I want to see how much damage the combination of Dendro and Electro do. That's the one thing I didn't test. As a shield, I believe 2 constellations. Yes. The
So lifelike.
This foe is not invincible. You hold the treasure. The power to defeat it in your own 2 hands.
The treasure? You mean... the names. It's the Marechaussee hunters' names.
How are we supposed to...
You forget, Paimon? There's still one skill we saved until the very end.
Hunters fight not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marechaussee Hunter. Master of 1,000 tricks. Executioner of the Phantom Hunters. I call for aid!
Est, the Marechaussee Hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call!
You said Double Charlie, yeah, I know.
Protector of justice and order. The hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength.
We have come to answer your summons. And so, the monsters were eradicated, and the sorcerer was defeated. He soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by the sorcerer, also recognized the errors of their ways.
I wasn't going to talk until after that cutscene, but you mentioned the fact that the traveler had a dull blade, so I had to respond to it.
Some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom, but others simply continued their lives none the wiser.
Like, imagine having 4 years of weapons that far eclipse the dull blade in terms of both 4-star and 5-star weapons. Heck, even 3-star weapons. They far eclipse the weapon, but she still clings onto that particular weapon.
Such is the story of the Marechaussee Hunters. They pursue the phantoms in the darkness and exterminate all who pose a threat. They will always protect the city and those within it, even should all memory of their accomplishments be forgotten by the very people they serve.
I am assuming we've finally reached the end of the script.
Yes, you've reached one of the better endings.
It's a pretty solid story overall. I thought it was just an ordinary adventure at first, but the further we got into it, the more impressed I became with the production and the plot. That final battle especially. All the effects were super realistic.
Oh, right. Yeah, totally.
That's a really good point. I never expected the weapons we picked up from that vault would have that kind of effect.
When would the traveler get the original weapon? I don't know. Probably around the very end or something. It might be one of the best swords in the game.
Yeah,
if not the
mine
best sword in the
nearly
game, I can tell.
scared the daylights out of me when it started glowing. I took a good look at it after we got out, but I don't think it ever lit up again. Oh, we should probably give these props back, right? I'll just leave mine here.
Did you have a good time?
Of course. Let me know if another script like this comes around.
Sure, no problem.
Then I'll head back for now. I think I need some time to fully digest everything that just happened. Once Mr. Florian is awake, please pass on my regards to him. He must be extremely exhausted to have passed out cold like that.
You're right. He's had a lot to deal with.
Well, see you all some other time. Toodaloo!
Okay, so, can I ask now?
I think it should be fine, yeah.
What in the world was going on back there?
So you saw through all of that?
That time in the cave when you told us to close our eyes, it'd be weirder if we didn't notice anything.
I was dying of curiosity the entire time. I mean, you did a pretty bang-up job of pretending nothing had gone wrong. Karina actually looked like she thought all of it was planned.
Guess none of us wanted to be the one to break the illusion.
What are you all talking about?
Oh, wait. Don't tell me you never... Ugh, this is all my fault. It's not too late to cover your ears. Here, partner, I'll do it for you.
Bit late for that, don't you think?
You're saying everything that happened back there wasn't actually part of the script?
It's probably more accurate to say this was never a real scripted story to begin with.
What?
So loud. My head.
Yeah, I know that. Clorinde was completely oblivious to everything, and it's gonna stay at that because she left before breaking down this entire thing that actually happened. So she's gonna stay content. She's gonna stay very happy in her house. Calm down, Paimon.
No shaking, please. Oh, my head.
Did Paimon just hear that right? You guys made up that whole last part on the spot? It's not nice to lie to people, but Paimon's gotta admit, that was a really good story, Florian. Oh, and nice improvisation, Clorinde!
Okay, okay, hold on. For one, not nice to a lot of people. Like, Paimon, you've lied a couple of times in these story quests. Don't even.
Yeah, it was like
I'm
watching
not
a
gonna say
magician
which parts
improvise
in
a
particular because I
spectacular
don't want to
magic
spoil
trick
nothing for
after
those who haven't
forgetting
played
an
them parts
important
yet.
prop.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that bog, she would have floated straight in the opposite direction.
Everything was under control.
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control. I'm pretty sure any situation you consider to be easy to handle would scare a reasonable person half to death.
Guess I'm just used to it.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations then. That explains why you're so good at coming up with things on the spot.
As for you, Florian,
I know there's no excuse for what I did. I'll turn myself into the guards at once, confess my crimes, and accept any punishment that comes my way.
I would say you've already suffered more than enough.
What?
You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions during the final battle had proven you to be a true Marechaussee hunter. You'll be far more used to the city above ground than below. Your job as a hunter is more important.
But...
Of course, you'll still need to take the keys and pay a personal visit to the 2 hunters you wronged. Prepare to accept any terms they give you as well.
Yes, of course.
As far as I'm concerned, though, your
And
showing in the
yes,
duel was
to
enough
look
to
at the
prove
particular
your
thing,
honor.
she is built different. And that's why I love her for it.
Then I'll do exactly as you said. I'll go return those 2 keys right now. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll do my best to prove myself worthy of the second chance you've given me. I swear this on my name and honor as a Marechaussee hunter. Until we meet again, everyone.
Speaking of Marechaussee hunters, what should we do about the treasure in that cave?
Leave it be.
Are you sure? We could show it to people, make it so that the hunters are remembered. Don't you want that?
No. Every name on that tablet made the same choice. All hunters know what the path entails. I am no exception. My identity as a Marechaussee hunter is not something I need people to remember. I wish only to be recognized as a champion duelist. Nothing more.
That's certainly very different from the path of a magician. Still, I admire your decision.
Wait, I just remembered something. If there were no special effects involved, why did our weapons begin to glow during the battle?
That's because the Marechaussee hunters of ages past would often imbue their weapons with special enchantments to suppress the monsters. Whenever a monster was nearby, their weapons would start to glow.
Oh, so that's why they had an effect on that guy near the end. I really thought the summons were doing all the work.
Well, I'm sure the summons were a part of it too.
Oh? How so?
This particular devorator probably hailed from the same era as the hunters we saw in the room. The names you recited all belonged to the bravest hunters. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's likely why the devorator visibly reacted when you said them out loud.
Oh yeah, that's literally the first time you see her fight. She literally deflects every bullet from the mechs, runs through everybody, proceeds to do a wrestling move, and then beats up more of the robots. while not even so much as suffering a single scratch throughout that entire encounter. Every Fontaine character is built different.
So the names held the power all along.
The only one that's not, I guess, story-wise is who? Charlotte? But even then, she still uses her camera to beat people, like they're doing fights and stuff.
Navia, everything you said during your summon.
Huh? Oh, I meant what I said. I mean, it was true to my character, so yeah. I'm glad you heard it. Just don't make me repeat myself. It's embarrassing.
See here, you know that 4-star sword from Kazua's quest? What does it for
I
the
really
most?
appreciated those words.
I'll go
alright.
to the weapon after this.
Don't get all sentimental on me. Anyway.
And
let's
yeah,
not
she
talk
is
about
well
that
deserving of
anymore.
her title
I'm
of
going
champion
to go on
duels.
ahead. Don't fall too far behind now.
She ran off.
I should probably head
No,
back
she didn't.
as well.
She walked off.
This story was truly incredible. I might have to spend the whole night telling my siblings all about it.
And then, while Fremine will look slightly interested, Lynette will probably be, no, sarcastic about everything.
Goodbye.
Who is this? I would like this person to join with him floating around the character, but I gotta get this particular part done. I don't want to have to restart
Should
this
your
cutscene
name
again.
and deeds be forgotten, what do you think the significance of your journey will be?
I suppose the significance would be the journey itself and the world we helped create. There's still value in the time I shared with everyone here, in the things we were able to accomplish, even if no one remembers them.
A great answer. I'll remember it.
The fact that she spoke not once but twice in a character story says something about how beautiful that Clorinde is.
Me? The Marechaussee Hunter says nothing in response to that question. Perhaps her answer lies in her silence. An unspoken vow left to echo through the night. The path she walks needs no explanation.
Wait a minute. Is that a... No, it's not. It's not. For a second there, I thought it was a weapon. It's an item. That would have been something. Getting a forced weapon in a quest like this. But yeah, the weapon from Kazuo's story is this one. So basically, when you do damage, like you get like a small heavy essence of damage, and you get stronger for 8 seconds, pretty much. Me, if I were to choose her, what's her name, Clorinde, based on stuff she can do. That would be a bit difficult, actually, choosing one for her. That'd be something I actually have to think about. Because I would have to think about what her best weapon would be. That's, of course, not her own. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, now that I have the story key for Siegeween, I can do that at a later date. I did the story and got 60 pure gems from it, which will lead me to still a little bit of still got some time. You know what? Let's get something out of this at least. It might go purple or something. No, blue. Alright, I'll update the phone for the standard banner as well. It's not the most single pulls I've done in a stream, but then again, my hope for that was that it would go purple, and I was hoping it would be a duplicate character so I can get 5 of the points so I can convert it over to the special wishes and then do a single pull right there. But that's not the case, which of course I don't mind. I still have an event to do. I still have Siege Wing story quest. I still have Spiral Abyss. So there, and then on top of that, there's still other stuff in the teapot that I can do for Primo Gems, right next to the daily commissions, as long as I pretty much keep on it. Alright, so that will cover it for this stream. I've done reputation quests. I have done Clorinde's story, the daily commissions, and something else, I forget. So yeah, for those who did watch this stream, thank you for tuning in, and I will see you guys later. And by later, it might be, I guess, a little bit sooner than you think, because again, I still want to stream Dragon Ball after this. So yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit.